Whistle. A clear, high-pitched sound made by forcing breath through pursed lips, or between one's teeth. Yearly. An adverb happening or produced once a year or every year. Abusive. Very offensive and insulting. Alley. A narrow passageway between or behind buildings. Appetite. A natural desire to satisfy a bodily need, especially for food. Backyard. A yard at the back of a house or building. Billboard. A large outdoor board used to display advertisements. Bully. A person who intimidates or persecutes weaker people. Calculate. Determine the amount or number of something mathematically. Consult. Ask someone for information or advice. Cunt. Vulgar slang 1. A woman's genitals. Damned. Used to emphasize anger or frustration. Distinguish. Recognize or treat someone or something as different. Dominate. Have power or influence over. Dynasty. A series of rulers of a country who belong to the same family. Economist. An expert in economics. Forehead. The part of the face above the eyebrows. Forgiveness. The action of forgiving or the state of being forgiven. Gem. A precious or semi-precious stone, especially one that has been cut and polished. Glen. A narrow valley. Haunted. Of a place frequented by a ghost. Heather. A dwarf shrub with purple flowers found on moors and heaths. Hypothesis. A proposed explanation of something made on the basis of limited evidence, used as a starting point for further investigation. Informal. Relaxed, friendly, or unofficial. Jew. A member of the people whose traditional religion is Judaism and who trace their origins to the ancient Hebrew people of Israel. Marker. An object used to indicate a position, place, or route. Marsh. An area of low-lying land that is flooded in wet seasons or at high tide and typically remains waterlogged. Marshal. An officer of the highest rank in the armed forces of some countries. Maturity. The state, fact, or period of being mature. Maya. A member of a Central American people whose civilization died out Euro. Messy. Untidy or dirty. Neighboring. Situated next to or very near something. Ninja. A person skilled in ninjutsu, the Japanese technique of espionage. Optimistic. Hopeful and confident about the future. Owl. A bird of prey with large eyes, a hooked beak, and a hooting call, active at night. Pharmacy. A place where medicinal drugs are prepared or sold. Problematic. Difficult to deal with or understand, presenting a problem. Processor. A machine that processes something. Promotional. Intended to publicize a product or organization. Perspective. Likely to happen or be something in the future. Regulate. Control, or maintain the rate or speed of a machine or process. Renaissance. The revival of European art and literature under the influence of classical styles in the 14th. Repeal. Officially cancel a law or congressional act. Roast. Cook meat or vegetables in an oven or over a fire. Rubbish. Waste material, refuse or litter. Saga. A long story describing heroic adventures, especially a medieval Norse or Icelandic one. Salon. A place where a hairdresser, beautician, or fashion designer carries out their work. Sodium. A soft silver-white metallic chemical element of which common salt and soda are compounds. Surplus. An amount left over when requirements have been met. Swallow. Pass food, drink, or saliva down the throat. Systematic. Done or acting according to a system, methodical. Unacceptable. Not satisfactory or allowable. Unaware. Having no knowledge of a situation or fact. Uncommon. Out of the ordinary, unusual. Underway. Variant of underway, see under. Unstable. Likely to change or collapse, not stable. Upstairs. On or to an upper floor. Vague. Not clear, certain, or detailed. Wee. Little. Woo. Try to gain a woman's love. Zip. Informal energy or liveliness. Abs. Informal the abdominal muscles. Abundance. A very large quantity of something. Ant. A small insect, usually wingless, living with many others in a highly organized group. Antique. A decorative object or piece of furniture that is valuable because of its age. Autonomy. The possession or right of self-government. Baptist. A member of a Protestant group believing that only adults should be baptized and that this should be by total immersion in water. Booking. An act of reserving accommodations, a ticket, etc. Breeze. A gentle wind. Carnival. An annual public festivity involving processions, music, and dancing. Coral. A hard stony substance produced by certain sea creatures as an external skeleton, typically forming large reefs. Correlation. A relationship in which one thing depends on another and vice versa. Correspondent. A journalist reporting on a particular subject or from a particular country. Coupon. A voucher entitling the holder to a discount or to buy something. Curtain. A piece of material suspended at the top to form a screen, hung at a window in pairs or between the stage and auditorium of a theater. Dentist. A person who is qualified to treat the diseases and conditions that affect the teeth and gums. Dough. A thick mixture of flour and liquid, for baking into bread or pastry. Dug. The udder, teat, or nipple of a female animal. Endangered. In danger of becoming extinct. Envelope. A flat paper container with a sealable flap, used to enclose a letter or document. Fade. Gradually grow faint and disappear. Fatigue. Extreme tiredness. Fellowship. Friendliness and companionship based on shared interests. Fictional. Relating to fiction. Fragile. Easily broken, damaged, or destroyed. Fringe. A border of threads, tassels, or twists, used to edge clothing or material. Fulfill. Do or achieve something that was desired, promised, or predicted. Granite. A very hard rock consisting mainly of quartz, mica, and feldspar. Handbook. A book giving basic information or instructions. Hardy. Capable of enduring difficult conditions, robust. Instinct. An inborn tendency to behave in a certain way. Inviting. Tempting or attractive. Irony. The expression of meaning through the use of words that normally 692 irregular mean the opposite, typically in order to be humorous or emphasize a point. Judiciary. USU. Legion. A division of 3,000 to 6,000 men in the ancient Roman army. Lethal. Able or enough to cause death. Lime. A rounded green citrus fruit similar to a lemon. Lively. Full of life and energy. Logistics. The detailed coordination of a large and complex project or event. Maid. A female domestic servant. Maple. A tree or shrub with 5-pointed leaves, winged fruits, and syrupy sap. Mickey. Informal a Mickey fin, or the drug used to make a Mickey fin. Mindset. A person's established set of attitudes. Mistress. A woman who controls or owns something. Morality. Principles concerning the distinction between right and wrong or good and bad behavior. Mortal. Having to die at some time. Mounting. A backing, setting, or support for something. Nonprofit. Not making or intended to make a profit. Non-pro.lifertian/nanpra lifertsuan/. Operative. Functioning or having effect. Panama. A man's wide-brimmed hat of straw-like material, originally made from the leaves of a tropical palm tree. Pickup. Also pickup truck, a small truck with an enclosed cab and open back. Prestigious. Having or bringing respect and admiration. Prompt. Cause something to happen. Radius. A straight line from the center to the circumference of a circle or sphere. Referee. An official who supervises a game or match to ensure that players keep to the rules. Relay. A group of people or animals performing a task for a period of time and then replaced by a similar group. Relay. Lay something again or differently. Rig. Manage or arrange in a dishonest way so as to gain an advantage. Scroll. A roll of parchment or paper for writing or painting on. Sovereignty. Supreme power or authority. Stunt. An action displaying spectacular skill and daring. Stunt. Slow down the growth or development of someone or something. Sunlight. Light from the sun. Surf. Waves that break and form foam on a seashore or reef. Symbolic. Acting as a symbol. Taxpayer. A person who pays taxes. Thrust. Push suddenly or forcibly. Trilogy. A group of 3 related novels, plays, or movies. Wheelchair. A chair on wheels for use by a person who cannot walk as the result of an illness, accident, etc. Whore. A prostitute. Yahoo. Expressing great joy or excitement. Yahoo. Informal or rude, coarse, or violent person. Allowance. The amount of something allowed. Arbitrary. Not appearing to be based on any reason or system. Autonomous. Self-governing or independent. Bait. Food put on a hook or in a trap to attract fish or other animals. Bark. The sharp sudden cry of a dog, fox, or seal. Bra. A woman's undergarment worn to support the breasts. Brotherhood. The relationship between brothers. Carriage. A 4-wheeled passenger vehicle pulled by 2 or more horses. Clarify. Make easier to understand. Compilation. The action of compiling something. Composer. A person who writes music. Constitute. Be a part of a whole. Correspondence. One a close similarity, link, or equivalence. Cowboy. A man on horseback who herds cattle, especially in the western U.S. Desirable. Wished for as being attractive, useful, or necessary. Devastating. Highly destructive. Diagram. A simplified drawing showing the appearance or structure of something. Dismiss. Order or allow someone to leave. Farther. And adjective variant form of further. Favorable. Expressing approval or agreement. Feminism. A movement or theory supporting women's rights on the grounds of equality of the sexes. Gasoline. A light fuel oil obtained by distilling petroleum and used in internal combustion engines. Grandson. The son of one's son or daughter. Incomplete. Not finished or having all the necessary parts. Incorporate. take in or contain as part of a whole. Ivory. The hard creamy white substance that elephants' tusks are made of. Kirk. Scottish and an English one, a church. Lengthy. Very or excessively long in time or extent. Levy. Impose a tax, fee, or fine. Mock. Tease or laugh at someone scornfully. Necklace. An ornamental chain or string of beads, jewels, or links worn around the neck. Niche. A shallow recess, especially one in a wall to display an ornament. Obscure. Not discovered or known about, uncertain. Para. A unit of money of Bosnia, Montenegro, and Serbia, equal to 1/100th of a dinar. Porch. A covered shelter projecting from the entrance of a building. Proposition. A statement expressing a judgment or opinion. Recession. A temporary economic decline during which trade and industrial activity are reduced. Rim. The upper or outer edge of something circular. Secondly. In the second place, second. Spinal. Relating to the spine. Spiral. Winding in a continuous curve around a central point or axis. Spit. A thin metal rod pushed through meat in order to hold and turn it while it is roasted. Spit. Force saliva, food, or liquid from the mouth. Splash. With reference to a liquid, fall or cause to fall in scattered drops. Successive. Following one another or following others. Superhero. A fictional hero with superhuman powers. Therapeutic. Relating to the healing of disease. Ti. Music, the seventh note of a major scale, coming after la. Timely. Done or occurring at a favorable or appropriate time. Tomato. A glossy red or yellow edible fruit, eaten as a vegetable or in salads. Tub. A low, wide, open container with a flat bottom. Undergraduate. A student at a college or university who has not yet earned a bachelor's degree. Uranium. A dense radioactive metallic chemical element used as a fuel in nuclear reactors. Utter. Complete, absolute. Vietnamese. A person from Vietnam. Volleyball. A team game in which a ball is hit by hand over a net and points are scored if the ball touches the ground on the opponent's side of the court. Yell. A loud, sharp cry. Advertisement. A notice or display advertising something. Analyze. Examine something in detail to explain it or to find out its structure or composition. Atmospheric. Relating to the atmosphere of the Earth or another planet. BB. A lead pellet of a standard size, used in air rifles. Bracket. Each of a pair of marks, and used to enclose words or figures. Cardiac. Relating to the heart. Commanding. having or expressing authority. Crashing. Informal, complete, total. Creep. Move slowly and carefully to avoid being noticed. Daylight. The natural light of the day. Disclose. Make secret or new information known. Doe. A female deer or reindeer. Elbow. The joint between the forearm and the upper arm. Enthusiastic. Having or showing great enjoyment, interest, or approval. Envy. Discontented longing aroused by someone else's possessions, qualities, or luck. Exile. The state of being barred from one's native country. Genetics. The study of the way in which inherited characteristics are passed from one generation to another. Goose. A large water bird with a long neck and webbed feet. Grill. A metal framework used for cooking food on an open fire, gridiron. Heel. Lean over owing to the pressure of wind or an uneven load. Heroic. Relating to or like a hero or heroine, very brave. Hut. A small simple house or shelter. Malaysian. A person from Malaysia. Marina. A purpose-built harbor with moorings for yachts and small boats. Mat. A thick piece of material placed on the floor to protect it from dirt or as a decoration. Monopoly. The exclusive possession or control of the supply of a product or service. Outrage. An extremely strong reaction of anger, shock, or indignation. Paperwork. Routine work involving written documents. PDF. Computing one a file format for capturing and sending electronic documents in exactly the intended format. Promptly. Punctually. Ruler. A person who rules a people or country. Sincere. Showing genuine feelings, free from deceit or pretense. Slaughter. The killing of farm animals for food. Smashed. Informal, very drunk. Sperm. Semen. Spill. A thin strip of wood or paper used for lighting a fire. Swamp. A bog or marsh. Swan. A large white water bird with a long flexible neck and webbed feet. Synthesis. The combination of parts to form a connected whole. Tasty. Of food, having a pleasant, distinct flavor. Teammate. A fellow member of a team. Testify. Give evidence as a witness in a court of law. Tolerate. Allow something that one dislikes or disagrees with to exist or continue. Urine. A yellowish fluid stored in the bladder and discharged through the urethra, consisting of excess water and waste substances removed from the blood by the kidneys. Vanilla. A substance obtained from the pods of a tropical orchid or produced artificially, used as a flavoring. Violet. A small plant with purple, blue, or white 5-petaled flowers. Afghan. A person from Afghanistan. Applause. Approval shown by clapping. Bald. Having very little or no hair on the head. Boil. An inflamed pus-filled swelling on the skin. Boil. With reference to a liquid, reach or cause to reach the temperature at which it bubbles and turns to vapor. Borough. An administrative division of London or of New York City. Breakthrough. A sudden important development or success. Cone. An object that tapers from a circular base to a point. Convey. Transport or carry something to a place. Critique. A detailed analysis and assessment of something. Decay. Rot as a result of the action of bacteria and fungi. Depressing. Causing unhappiness or dejection. Dessert. The sweet dish eaten at the end of a meal. Diagnostic. Relating to the diagnosis of illness or other problems. Differential. Relating to or depending on a difference, varying according to circumstances. Discourse. Written or spoken communication or debate. Entertain. Provide someone with amusement or enjoyment. Exploit. Make use of a person or situation in an unfair way, so as to gain advantage for oneself. Freeman. A person who is entitled to full political and civil rights. Gateway. An opening in a wall or fence that can be closed by a gate. Humidity. The state or quality of being humid. Imagery. Language using similes and metaphors that produces images in the mind. Imply. Suggest something rather than state it directly. Inherent. Existing in someone or something as a permanent or essential part or quality. Inland. And adverb one in or into the interior of a country. Inning. Baseball, each division of a game during which both sides have a turn at batting. Innocence. The state, quality, or fact of being innocent. Investigator. A person who investigates. Isle. Literary, except in place names, an island. Ivy. A woody evergreen climbing plant, typically with shiny five-pointed leaves. Justification. The action of justifying something. Lego. Trademark, a toy consisting of interlocking plastic building blocks. Livestock. Farm animals. Mafia. The Mafia, an international criminal organization originating in Sicily. Merry. Cheerful and lively. Missionary. A person sent on a religious mission. Nationalism. Strong support for and pride in one's own country, often to an extreme degree. Naughty. 14, especially of a child, disobedient, badly behaved. Notorious. Famous for a bad quality or action. Obey. Do what one is told to do. outright, altogether, overly, excessively, too. Oversight. An unintentional failure to notice or do something. Persian. A person from Persia, now Iran. Prototype. A first or preliminary version of a device or vehicle from which other versions are developed or copied. Pumpkin. A large rounded orange-yellow fruit with a thick rind and edible flesh. Ramp. A sloping surface joining two different levels. Rand. The basic unit of money of South Africa. Reactor. Also nuclear reactor, a structure or piece of equipment in which suitable material can be made to undergo a controlled nuclear reaction, so releasing nuclear energy. Reef. A ridge of jagged rock or coral just above or below the surface of the sea. Refined. With impurities or ballot, poll, plebiscite. Refreshing. Giving new energy or strength. Refusal. An act of refusing to do something. Reset. Set something again or differently. Sage. A Mediterranean plant with grayish-green leaves that are used as an herb in cooking. Shave. Remove hair from the face or body by cutting it off close to the skin with a razor. Sickness. The state of being ill. Statute. A written law passed by a parliament or other legislative assembly. Straightforward. Easy to do or understand. Superstar. An extremely famous and successful performer or athlete. Telecommunications. The technology concerned with long-distance communication by means of cable, telephone, broadcasting, satellite, etc. Thoughtful. Thinking deeply. Through. Adverb and adjective informal spelling of through. Toddler. A young child who is just beginning to walk. Vicious. Cruel or violent. Vodka. A clear, originally Russian alcoholic spirit made from rye, wheat, or potatoes. Wholly. Entirely, fully. Zoom. Move or travel very quickly. Accidental. Happening by accident. Addicted. Physically dependent on a particular substance. Archbishop. The chief bishop responsible for a large district. Athletics. Physical sports and games of any kind. Belgian. A person from Belgium. Bibliography. A list of the books or articles referred to in a scholarly work. Bot. An autonomous program on a computer network that can interact with systems or users. Calcium. A soft gray reactive metallic chemical element. Certainty. Certainties, one the quality or state of being certain or sure. Citation. A quotation from or reference to a book or author. Compression. The action of compressing something. Confess. Admit to a crime or wrongdoing. Confined. Small and enclosed. Congregation. A group of people gathered together for religious worship. Cube. A symmetrical three-dimensional shape with 6 equal square faces. Decoration. The process or art of decorating something. Decree. An official order from a ruler or government that has the force of law. Despair. The complete loss or absence of hope. Dividend. A sum of money that is divided among a number of people, such as the part of a company's profits paid to its shareholders. Drift. Be carried slowly by a current of air or water. Dye. A natural or synthetic substance used to color something. Eden. Also Garden of Eden, the place where Adam and Eve lived in the biblical story of Edentate, the creation. Electron. Physics: a stable negatively charged subatomic particle found in all atoms and 411 elegiac, acting as the primary carrier of electricity in solids. Endure. Suffer something unpleasant and prolonged patiently. Enzyme. A substance produced by a living organism that acts as a catalyst to bring about a specific biochemical reaction. Guru. A Hindu spiritual teacher. Hatch. A small opening in a floor, wall, or roof allowing access from one area to another. Hindi. A language of northern India derived from Sanskrit. Hormone. A substance produced by a living thing and carried by blood or sap to regulate the action of specific cells or tissues. Inadequate. Not enough or not good enough. Infinity. The state or quality of having no limit and being impossible to measure or calculate. Lace. A delicate open fabric of cotton or silk made by looping, twisting, or knitting thread in patterns. Maiden. Old use an unmarried girl or young woman, especially a virgin. Marketplace. An open space where a market is held. Membrane. A skin-like structure that lines, connects, or covers a cell or part of the body. Metallic. Relating to or resembling metal. Methodology. Methodologies, a system of methods used in a 815 metronome particular activity or area of study. Murderer. A person who commits murder. Nap. A short sleep, especially during the day. Nickel. A silvery white metallic chemical element resembling iron, used in alloys. Niece. A daughter of a person's brother or sister. Pardon. The action of forgiving someone for a mistake or offense. Persuade. Use reasoning or argument to make someone do or believe something. Pier. A structure leading out to sea and used as a landing stage for boats or as a place of entertainment. Predecessor. A person who held a job or office before the current holder. Premise. A statement or idea that forms the basis for a theory, argument, or line of reasoning. Quiz. A game or competition involving a set of questions as a test of knowledge. Rainfall. The quantity of rain falling within an area in a given time. Reckless. Without thought or care for the consequences of an action. Redemption. The action of redeeming or the process of being redeemed. Remedy. A medicine or treatment for a disease or injury. Replay. An instance of playing or recording again. Revision. The action of revising something. Scent. A distinctive smell, especially one that is pleasant. Slate. A gray, green, or bluish-purple rock easily split into smooth, flat plates, used as roofing material. Stimulus. Stimuli/-.11/ for something that causes a specific reaction in an organ or tissue of the body. Sunrise. The time in the morning when the sun rises. Surge. A sudden powerful forward or upward movement. Tagged. Of cloth or clothes, old and torn. Tee. A cleared space on a golf course, from which the ball is struck at the beginning of play for each hole. Token. A thing that represents a fact, quality, or feeling. Tornado. A storm with violently rotating winds having the appearance of a funnel-shaped cloud. Twilight. The soft glowing light from the sky when the sun is below the horizon. Unprecedented. Never done or known before. Vagina. The muscular tube leading from the external genitals to the cervix, neck of the uterus, in women and most female mammals. Vocabulary. All the words used in a particular language or area of activity. Wellington. A knee-length waterproof rubber or plastic boot. Whoa. Used as a command to a horse to stop or slow down. Willingness. The state of being ready, eager, or prepared to do something. Woody. Covered with trees. Worthless. Having no real value or use. Yacht. A medium-sized sailboat equipped for cruising or racing. Absorb. Take in or soak up liquid or another substance. Accompany. Go somewhere with someone. Accord. Give power or status to someone. Advancement. The promotion of a cause or plan. Anglo. English. Anglo. A white, English-speaking American as distinct from a Hispanic American. Archer. A person who shoots with a bow and arrows. Assurance. A statement or promise intended to give someone confidence. Barber. A person who cuts men's hair and shaves or trims beards as an occupation. Battalion. A large body of troops, so SS Grabengon, Line Sicer, Dace were, forming part of a brigade. Bidding. An authoritative instruction to do something. Boycott. Refuse to deal with a person, organization, or country as a punishment or protest. Bulgarian. A person. Carpenter. A person who makes wooden objects and structures. Competitor. A person who takes part in an athletic contest. Cuisine. A style or method of cooking, especially as characteristic of a particular country or region. Dioxide. Chemistry: an oxide with two atoms of oxygen to one of a metal or other element. Doom. Death, destruction, or another terrible fate. Eclipse. An occasion when one provident, sparing, thrifty piania ineapa he parisenian epper fair. If you don't like to spend money unnecessarily, you may the observer, or on a plan. Enjoyment. The state or process of taking pleasure in something. Exhaust. Tire someone out. Flee. Run away. Gal. Informal: a girl or young woman. Glimpse. A brief or partial view. Hawk. A fast-flying bird of prey with broad rounded wings and a long tail. Hawk. Offer goods for sale in the street. Homemade. Made at home. Honorable. Bringing or worthy of honor. Infectious. Of a disease or disease-causing organism, liable to be transmitted through the environment. Inferior. Lower in rank, status, or quality. Injustice. Lack of justice or fairness. Insulin. A hormone produced in the pancreas that regulates glucose levels in the blood, and the lack of which causes diabetes. Interpret. Explain the meaning of something. Intro. Informal: an introduction. Intro. Into, inward. Kindle. Light a flame or set something on fire. Lid: a removable or hinged cover for the top of a container. Manor. A large country house with lands. Masterpiece. A work of outstanding skill. Melody. A sequence of notes that is musically satisfying, a tune. Memo. A memorandum. Mic: informal: a microphone. Narrator. A person who narrates something, especially a character who recounts the events of a novel. Partisan. A strong supporter of a party, cause, or person. Pony. A horse of a small breed, especially one below 35 hands, 58 inches. Privileged. Having a special right or advantage. Prolonged. Continuing for a long time, lengthy. Promo. Informal: a promotional film, video, etc. Protestant. A member or follower of any of the Western Christian churches that are separate from the Roman Catholic Church. Pupil. A person, especially a schoolchild, who is taught by someone, a student. Reliance. Dependence on or trust in someone or something. Reluctant. Unwilling and hesitant. Respiratory. Relating to breathing. Retention. The action of keeping or holding something or the fact of being retained. Ribbon. A long, narrow strip of fabric, used for tying something or for decoration. Roommate. A person occupying the same room as another. Rotten. Rotting or decaying. Shah. Historical, a title of the former king of Iran. Shotgun. A gun for firing small shot at short range. Sofa. A long upholstered seat with a back and arms, for 2 or more people. Spoil. Spoilt, one make less good or enjoyable. Submarine. A streamlined warship designed to operate under the surface of the sea for long periods. Suburb. A residential district on the outskirts of a city. Sympathetic. Feeling or expressing kindness or understanding towards someone. Taxation. The imposing of tax on someone or something. Temper. A person's state of mind in terms of their being angry or calm. Undergo. Experience or be subjected to something unpleasant or difficult. Venus. A planet of the solar system, second in order from the Sun and the brightest object in the sky after the Sun and Moon. Altar. The table in a Christian church at which the bread and wine are consecrated in communion services. Amp, short for ampere. Atlas. A book of maps or charts. Austrian. A person from Austria. Automation. The use of automatic equipment in manufacturing or similar processes. Awe. A feeling of great respect mixed with fear. Caesar. A title of Roman emperors, especially those from Augustus to Hadrian. Cavalry. USU. Coffin. A long, narrow box in which a dead body is buried or cremated. Colorful. Having many or varied colors. Combo. Informal for a small jazz, rock, or pop band. Communism. A political and social system whereby all property is owned by the community and each person contributes and receives according to their ability and needs. Conductor. A person who conducts an orchestra or choir. Confront. Come face to face with someone in a hostile or defiant way. Crow. A large bird with glossy black plumage, a heavy bill, and a harsh call. Decisive. Having great importance for the final result of a situation. Decorative. Making something look more attractive. Definitive. Of a conclusion or agreement, final and not able to be changed. Disturbed. Disrupted or broken. Epidemic. A widespread occurrence of an infectious disease in a community at a particular time. Eternity. Unending time. Evolve. Develop gradually. Explode. Burst or shatter violently as a result of the release of internal energy. Extraction. The action of extracting something. Fatty. containing a large amount of fat. Filthy. Disgustingly dirty. Flush. Completely level with another surface. Flush. Of a person's skin or face, become red and hot, typically through illness or emotion. Font. A large stone bowl in a church that holds the water used in baptism. Freestyle. A contest, race, or type of sport in which there are few restrictions on the style or technique that competitors employ. Glue. An adhesive substance used for sticking objects or materials together. Grandpa. Informal one's grandfather. Hairy. Covered with or resembling hair. Homicide. The killing of another person. Inheritance. Money, property, or a title received on the death of the previous owner. Ironic. Expressing an idea with words that usually mean the opposite in order to be humorous or emphasize a point. Luggage. Suitcases or other bags for a traveler's belongings. Madam. A title or form of address for a French-speaking woman. Microwave. An electromagnetic wave with a wavelength in the range 0.001 to 0.3 m, shorter than that of a normal radio wave but longer than those of infrared radiation. Midwest. The region of northern states of the U.S. from Ohio west to the Rocky Mountains. Minimize. Reduce something to the smallest possible amount or degree. Ounce. A unit of weight of 1/16 of a pound avoirdupois, approximately 28 grams. To a unit of 1/12 of a pound troy, equal to 480 grains, approximately 31 grams. 3. A very small amount. Peel. Remove the outer covering or skin from a fruit or vegetable. Performer. A person who performs. Picnic. A packed meal eaten outdoors, or an occasion when such a meal is eaten. Predominantly. Mainly, for the most part. Primitive. Relating to the earliest times in history or stages in development of something. Providence. The protective care of God or of nature as a spiritual power. Psychic. Relating to abilities or phenomena that cannot be explained by natural laws, especially involving telepathy or clairvoyance. Puppet. A model of a person or animal that can be moved either by strings or by a hand inside puppet. Restrict. Put a limit on something, keep something under control. Retiring. Tending to avoid other people, shy. Righteous. Morally right or justifiable. Rivalry. A situation in which two people or groups are competing for the same thing. Royalty. People of royal blood or status. Sausage. A short tube of raw minced meat encased in a skin, that is broiled or fried before eating. Seize. Take hold of someone or something suddenly and forcibly. Skeleton. A framework of bone or cartilage supporting or containing the body of an animal. Spicy. Strongly flavored with spice. Sticky. tending or designed to stick to things on contact, adhesive. Sting. A small sharp-pointed organ of an insect, capable of inflicting a painful wound by injecting poison. Thankfully. In a thankful way. Tick. A regular short, sharp sound, such as made by a clock. Tutorial. A period of instruction given by a tutor. Unpleasant. Not pleasant. Unrelated. Not related. Vacant. Not occupied, empty. Vent. An opening that allows air, gas, or liquid to pass out of or into a confined space. Vicinity. The area near or surrounding a place. 1. Of a person, pale and appearing ill or exhausted. Wardrobe. A large, tall cabinet for hanging clothes in. Warmth. The quality, state, or feeling of being warm. Wired. Informal one making use of computers and information technology to transfer or receive information. Belle. A beautiful girl or woman. Bulletin. A short official statement or summary of news. Cautious. Careful to avoid possible problems or dangers. Constable. A peace officer with limited authority, typically in a small town. Cooperate. Work together toward the same end. Curb. Control or put a limit on. Detached. Separate or disconnected. Distribute. Hand out or give shares of something to a number of people. Encouragement. The action of encouraging someone to do something. Faction. A small group within a larger one whose members disagree with some of the beliefs of the larger group. Fuller. Historical, a person whose job was treating cloth to make it thicker. Gamble. Play games of chance for money. Goalkeeper. A player in soccer or field hockey whose role is to stop the ball from entering the goal. GT, a high-performance car. Harmless. Not able or likely to cause harm. Hesitate. Pause indecisively. Hopeful. Feeling or inspiring hope. Horny. Made of or resembling horn. Hungarian. A person from Hungary. Hygiene. Conditions or practices that help to prevent illness or disease, especially the keeping of oneself and one's surroundings clean. Imaginary. Existing only in the imagination. Inconsistent. Having parts or elements that differ from or contradict each other. Kindergarten. A school that prepares children for first grade. Latino. A Latin American inhabitant of the U.S. Loudly. In a loud way. Mechanic. A skilled worker who repairs and maintains machinery. Neglect. Fail to give proper care or attention to. Oppression. Prolonged cruel or i.e. Patriotic. Devoted to and vigorously supporting one's country. Pitcher. A large jug. Playground. An outdoor area provided for children to play on. Prejudice. An opinion that is not based on reason or actual experience. Probable. Likely to happen or be the case. Probation. The release of an offender from detention or prison on condition that they behave well and report regularly to a supervisor. Projection. An estimate or forecast based on present trends. Raven. A large black crow. Receptor. An organ or cell in the body that responds to external stimuli such as light or heat and transmits signals to a sensory nerve. Rehab. A course of rehabilitative treatment, especially for drug addiction or injury. Remake. Past and past part. Rendering. A performance of a piece of music or a role in a play. Reproduction. The action of reproducing. Shrimp. PL. Stall. A stand, booth, or compartment for the sale of goods in a market. Strap. A strip of flexible material used for fastening, securing, carrying, or holding on to someone or something. Subjective. Based on or influenced by personal feelings, tastes, or opinions. Surround. Be all around or encircle someone or something. Surroundings. The area or conditions around a person or thing. Sweeping. Extending or performed in a long, continuous curve. Swinging. Informal one lively, exciting, and fashionable. Traumatic. Emotionally disturbing or distressing. Tucker. Historical, a piece of lace or linen worn on a bodice or as an insert at the front of a low-cut dress. Vatican. The palace and official residence of the Pope in Rome. Aboriginal. Inhabiting or existing in a land from the earliest times or from before the arrival of colonists. Alignment. Arrangement in a straight line or in the correct position. Allergic. Caused by or relating to an allergy. Apparatus. The equipment needed for a particular activity or purpose. Backpack. A bag with shoulder straps that allow it to be carried on someone's back. Balcony. An enclosed platform projecting from the outside of a building. Banker. A person who manages or owns a bank. Bliss. A state or feeling of perfect happiness. Bodily. Relating to the body. Buffer. A person or thing that lessens the impact of something harmful or forms a barrier between adversaries. Compensate. Give someone something in recognition of loss, suffering, or injury. Constructive. Having a useful and helpful effect. Cosmic. Relating to the universe or cosmos. Daisy. A small plant having flowers with a yellow center and white petals. Definite. clearly stated or decided, not vague or doubtful. Departed. Dead, deceased. Disco. A club or party at which people dance to pop music. Distraction. A thing that distracts someone's attention. Drawer. A storage compartment made to slide horizontally in and out of a desk or chest. Ecosystem. A biological community of interacting animals and plants and their environment. Exclude. Prevent someone from entering or participating in something. Exempt. Free from an obligation or requirement imposed on others. Faint. Not clearly seen, heard, or smelled. Fin. A person from Finland. Foam. A mass of small bubbles formed on or in liquid. Foremost. Highest in rank, importance, or position. Forge. Make or shape a metal object by heating and hammering the metal. Greenhouse. A glass building in which plants that need protection from cold weather are grown. Hierarchy. A system in which people are ranked one above the other according to their status or authority. Invalid. Not valid or officially recognized. Invalid. A person made weak or disabled by illness or injury. Jade. A hard bluish-green stone used for ornaments and jewelry. Jointly. Together, in collaboration. Lightweight. A weight in boxing and other sports between featherweight and welterweight. Metabolism. The chemical processes in a living organism by which food is used for tissue growth or energy production. Neglected. Not properly looked after. Newborn. Recently born. Notch. A V-shaped cut or indentation on an edge or surface. Omega. The last letter of the Greek alphabet, Q, O, represented as O. Parody. A piece of writing or music that deliberately copies the style of another, exaggerating it in order to be funny or ironical. Parole. The temporary or permanent release of a prisoner before the end of a sentence, on condition that they behave well. Participant. A person who takes part in something. Penguin. A flightless black and white seabird of the southern hemisphere, with wings used as flippers. Phantom. A ghost. Photoshop. Alter a photograph digitally using computer software. Precedent. An earlier event or action that acts as an example to be followed in a similar situation. Prevalent. Widespread in a particular area at a particular time. Prom. A formal dance at a high school or college. Python. A large non-venomous snake that kills its prey by squeezing and crushing it. Questionable. Doubtful as regards truth or quality. Hue. Chiefly Brit. Render. Provide a service, help, etc. Sailor. A person who works as a member of the crew of a ship or boat. Sociology. The study of the structure and functioning of human society. Specify. State or identify clearly and definitely. Stab. Thrust a knife or other pointed weapon into someone. Supermarket. A large self-service store selling foods and household goods. Sweater. A knitted garment worn over the upper body, typically with long sleeves. Tenant. A person who rents land or property from a landlord. Traction. The action of pulling a thing along a surface. Tractor. A powerful motor vehicle with large rear wheels, used chiefly on farms for pulling equipment and trailers. Trout. An edible fish of the salmon family, found chiefly in fresh water. Turnover. The amount of money taken by a business in a particular period. Unwanted. Not wanted. Variant. A form or version that varies from other forms of the same thing or from a standard type. Vegetarian. A person who does not eat meat, and who may also choose to eat no other animal products. Visibility. The state of being able to see or be seen. Wherein. Formal for in which. Whiskey. Each of the long hairs or bristles growing from the face of an animal. Abundant. Existing or available in large quantities, plentiful. Algebra. The branch of mathematics in which letters and other symbols are used to represent numbers and quantities. Antenna. Each of a pair of long, thin parts on the heads of some insects, shellfish, etc., used for feeling. Attribute. Attribute something to, regard something as belonging to, made, or being caused by. Audition. An interview for an actor, singer, etc., in which they give a practical demonstration of their skill. Biting. Of a wind, very cold and unpleasant. Bravo. Shouted to express approval for a performer. Bravo. Dated a thug or hired assassin. Charleston. A lively dance of the 1920s that involved turning the knees inward and kicking out the lower legs. Chop. Cut something into pieces with repeated sharp, heavy blows of an axe or knife. Comparative. Measured or judged by comparing one thing with another, relative. Complement. A thing that contributes extra features to something else so as to improve it. Conquer. Overcome and take control of a territory or its people by military force. Conquest. The action of conquering a territory or its people. Continuity. 41. The uninterrupted and unchanged existence or operation of something. Crawl. Move forward on the hands and knees or with the body close to the ground. Credible. Able to be believed, convincing. Cursed. Informal, dated used to express annoyance or irritation. Delightful. Causing delight, very pleasing. Digit. Any of the numerals from 0 to 9.2 a finger or thumb. Dinosaur. An extinct reptile of the Mesozoic era. often reaching an enormous size. Drainage. The action or process of draining something. Embarrassment. A feeling of self-consciousness, shame, or awkwardness. Felony. A crime regarded as more serious than a misdemeanor. Flint. A hard gray rock consisting of nearly pure silica. Floral. Relating to or decorated with flowers. Fortress. A fort or a strongly fortified town. Fulfilled. Satisfied or happy. Fundamentally. In central or primary respects. Herb. Any plant whose leaves, seeds, or flowers are used for flavoring food or in medicine. Herd. A large group of animals, especially hoofed mammals, that live or are kept together. Immortal. Living forever. Incumbent. Incumbent on, necessary for someone as a duty. Incumbent. An instance of growing or making greater. Insider. A person within an organization, especially someone who has information unavailable to people outside it. Insufficient. Not enough for a purpose. Interval. A period of time between two events. Jelly. A sweet semi-solid spread made from fruit juice and sugar boiled to a thick consistency. Lick. Pass the tongue over something in order to taste, moisten, or clean it. Literal. Using or interpreting words in their usual or most basic sense. Lunar. Relating to, determined by, or resembling the moon. Maternal. Relating to or characteristic of a mother. Maxwell. A unit used in measuring the strength of a magnetic field. Memoir. A historical account or biography written from personal knowledge. Mold. A container into which you pour hot liquid in order to produce a solid object of a desired shape when it cools. Objection. An expression of disapproval or opposition. Occurrence. A thing that happens, an incident or event. Offspring. A person's child or children, or the young of an animal. Outrageous. Shockingly bad or unacceptable. Packet. A paper or cardboard container. Pathway. A path or its course. Peach. A round fruit with juicy yellow flesh, downy red and yellow skin, and a stone inside. Polo. A game similar to hockey, played on horseback with a long-handled mallet. Prohibition. The action of formally forbidding something. Prop. A pole or beam used as a temporary support. Registry. A place where official records are kept. Relieve. Reduce or remove pain, distress, or difficulty. Scar. A mark left on the skin or within body tissue after a wound or burn has healed. Seminar. A conference or other meeting for discussion or training. Simplicity. The quality or condition of being simple. Stereo. Sound that is directed through two or more speakers so that it seems to surround the listener and come from more than one source. Symphony. An elaborate musical composition for full orchestra, typically in 4 movements. Tesla. Physics, the SI unit of magnetic flux density. Textbook. A book used as a standard work for the study of a subject. Trader. A person who trades goods, currency, or shares. Undercover. An adverb involving secret work for the purposes of investigation or spying. Valentine. A card sent on St. Valentine's Day, February 14th, to a person one loves or is attracted to. Vegetation. Plants in general. Vein. Any of the tubes forming part of the circulation system by which blood is carried from all parts of the body toward the heart. Velvet. A fabric of silk, cotton, or nylon with a thick short pile on one side. Viewer. A person who views something. Wheeler. A vehicle having a specified number of wheels. Worm. An earthworm or other creeping or burrowing invertebrate animal with a long, thin, soft body and no limbs. Accountant. A person who keeps or checks financial accounts. Activate. Make something act or start working. Amusing. Causing laughter or providing entertainment. Behold. Old use or literary see or observe someone or something. Biased. Having a bias, prejudiced. Billionaire. A person owning money and property worth at least $1 billion, or pounds, etc. Bill of attainder. Bypass. A road passing around a town for through traffic. Calculation. An act of calculating the amount or number of something mathematically. Cane. The hollow jointed stem of tall reeds, grasses, etc., especially bamboo. Catalyst. A substance that increases the speed of a chemical reaction without undergoing any permanent chemical change itself. Cedar. A tall coniferous tree with hard, sweet-smelling wood. Corpse. A dead body, especially of a person. Crab. A marine shellfish, some kinds of which are edible, with a broad shell and 5 pairs of legs, the first of which are modified as pincers. Cruelty. Cruel behavior or attitudes. Dementia. A mental disorder marked by memory failures, personality changes, and impaired reasoning. Designation. The action of designating or choosing someone or something. Dice. A small cube with faces bearing from 1 to 6 spots, used in games of chance. Diploma. A certificate awarded by a school or college for successfully completing a course of study. Dispatch. Send someone or something to a destination or for a purpose. Duchess. The wife or widow of a duke. Dunno. Informal, one, do not know. Extinction. The state of being or process of becoming extinct. Foil. Metal hammered or rolled into a thin, flexible sheet. Foil. Prevent something wrong or undesirable from succeeding. Geology. The science that deals with the physical structure and substance of the earth. Gram. Informal grandmother. Heath. An area of open uncultivated land, especially in Britain, covered with heather, gorse, and coarse grasses. Heavenly. Relating to heaven, divine. Horrific. Causing horror. Insect. A small invertebrate animal with a body divided into 3 segments: head, thorax, and abdomen, 6 legs, 2 antennae, and usually 1 or 2 pairs of wings. Iris. A colored ring-shaped membrane behind the cornea of the eye, with the pupil in the center. Mentality. A typical way of thinking of a person or group. Meter. British spelling of meter, meter. Neural. Relating to a nerve or the nervous system. Newsletter. A bulletin issued periodically to the members of a society or other organization. Nitrogen. A colorless, odorless gas forming about 78% of the Earth's atmosphere. Payroll. A list of a company's employees and the amount of money they are to be paid. Phenomenal. Remarkable or outstanding. Philippine. Relating to the Philippines. Photographic. Relating to photographs or photography. Pinch. Grip flesh tightly between the finger and thumb. Ping. An abrupt high-pitched ringing sound. Polished. Shiny as a result of being rubbed. Predictable. Able to be predicted. Queer. Strange, odd. Reckon. Be of the opinion, think. Restriction. A limiting rule, measure, or condition. Resurrection. The action of resurrecting or reviving someone or something. Shipment. The action of transporting goods. Slut. A woman who has many sexual partners. Spatial. Having to do with space. Stainless. Unmarked by or resistant to stains. Statutory. Required, permitted, or enacted by law. Stellar. Relating to a star or stars. Stubborn. Determined not to change one's attitude or position. Syrup. A thick sweet liquid made by dissolving sugar in boiling water. Tamil. 1. A member of a people living in parts of South India and Sri Lanka. Transplant. Transfer someone or something to another place or situation. Turf. Grass and the surface layer of earth held together by its roots. Twitch. Make a short jerking movement. VIP. A very important person. Volcano. A mountain having a crater or opening through which lava, rocks, hot vapor, and gas are or have been forced from the Earth's crust. Ark. In the Bible, the ship built by Noah to save his family and two of every kind of animal from the flood. Attach. Fasten or join one thing to another. Bind. Tie or fasten something tightly together. Boiling. At or near boiling point. Bowls. British name for lawn bowling. Bum. Brit. Butcher. A person who cuts up and sells meat as a profession. Chandler. A person who buys and sells supplies and equipment for ships and boats. Conception. The process of conceiving a child. Cue. A signa. To an actor to enter or to begin their speech or performance. Deed. An action that is performed deliberately. Disciplinary. Having to do with discipline. Dwarf. One a member of a mythical race of short, stocky human-like creatures. Endorsement. A declaration of approval. Finite. Limited in size or extent. Flagship. The ship in a fleet that carries the commanding admiral. Forensic. Relating to the use of scientific methods to investigate crime. Forthcoming. About to happen or appear. Gallon. A unit of volume for measuring liquids, equal to 4 quarts, or 8 pints. Glowing. Expressing great praise. Glucose. A simple sugar that is an important energy source in living organisms. Gore. Blood that has been shed, especially as a result of violence. Gore. Pierce or stab someone with a horn or tusk. Gown. A long dress worn on formal occasions. Greedy. Having an excessive desire for food. Halo. In a painting, a circle of light surrounding the head of a holy person. Infamous. Well known for some bad quality zero or deed. Lateral. Relating to, toward, or from the side or sides. Lent. The period preceding Easter, during which some people give up food or other things that they enjoy. Lib informal, in the names of political movements, the liberation of a specified group. Lifelong. Lasting in a particular state throughout a person's life. Limestone. A hard sedimentary rock composed mainly of calcium carbonate. Liner. A large passenger ship. Merge. Combine or be combined into a whole. Mesh. Material made of a network of wire or thread. Migrant. A person who moves from one place to another to find work. Moron. Informal, a stupid person. Mortar. A mixture of lime with cement, sand, and water, used to hold bricks or stones together. Noticeable. Easily seen, clear or apparent. Perfume. A fragrant liquid used to give a pleasant smell to one's body. Point to a pleasant smell. Pleasing. pleasant, satisfying, or attractive. Prestige. Respect and admiration resulting from achievements or high quality. Pyramid. One, a huge stone structure with a square or triangular base and sloping sides that meet in a point at the top, especially one built as a royal tomb in ancient Egypt. Rigid. Unable to bend or be forced out of shape. Spacecraft. A vehicle used for traveling in space. Specification. The action of identifying something precisely or of stating a precise requirement. Splendid. Magnificent, very impressive. Telescope. An optical instrument designed to make distant objects appear nearer, containing an arrangement of lenses, or of curved mirrors and lenses, by which rays of light are collected and focused and the resulting image magnified. Textile. A type of cloth or woven fabric. Thickness. The distance through an object, as distinct from width or height. Tray. Small enough to be packed for use when traveling. Tray. A flat, shallow container with a raised rim, used for carrying things. Unreasonable. Not guided by or based on good sense. Unsure. Lacking confidence. Utilize. Make practical and effective use of something. Valuation. An estimate of how much something is worth, especially one carried out by a professional valuer. Veterinary. Relating to the treatment of diseases and injuries in animals. Violate. Fail to obey a rule, law, or formal agreement. Vivid, producing powerful feelings or strong, clear images in the mind. Allocation. The action of allocating something. Amusement. The state or experience of finding something funny. Anticipation. The action of anticipating something. Arrogant. Having an exaggerated sense of one's own importance or abilities. Auxiliary. Providing extra help and support. Baggage. Luggage packed with belongings for traveling. Beacon. A fire lit on the top of a hill as beat a signal. Bounty. Literary something given or occurring in generous amounts. Boxer. A person who boxes as a sport. Briefing. A meeting for giving information or instructions. Brook. A small stream. Brook. Formal tolerate or allow. Ceramic. Made of fired clay. Cereal. A grain used for food, for example wheat, oats, or corn. Clergy. USU. Cola. A brown carbonated drink flavored with an extract of cola nuts, or with a similar flavoring. Coma. A state of prolonged deep unconsciousness. Compass. An instrument containing a magnetized pointer that shows the direction of magnetic north. Contempt. The feeling that a person or a thing is worthless or deserves no respect at all. Dwelling. formal a house or home. Ecology. The branch of biology concerned with the relations of organisms to one another and to their surroundings. Emergence. The process of coming into being. Endurance. The ability to endure something unpleasant and prolonged. Erotic. Relating to or arousing sexual desire or excitement. Falcon. A fast-flying bird of prey with long pointed wings. Folder. A folding cover or holder for storing loose papers. Groove. A long, narrow-cut ina hard material. Hedge. A fence or boundary formed by closely growing bushes. Ingredient. Any of the substances that are combined to make a particular dish. Initiate. Initiates, initiating, initiated, one make a process or action start. Jealousy. The state or feeling of being jealous. Joker. A person who is fond of joking. Laden. Loaded or weighed down. Medicaid. A federal system of health insurance for people requiring financial assistance. Nod. Lower and raise one's head slightly and briefly to show agreement or as a greeting or signal. Notebook. A small book for writing notes in. Offline. Not connected to a computer or external network. Overweight. Above a normal, desirable, or permitted weight. Palette. A thin board on which an artist lays and mixes paints. Pneumonia. An infection causing inflammation of one or both lungs. Potent. Having great power, influence, or effect. Psycho. Relating to the mind or psychology. Psycho. Informal a psychopath. Rainy. Having a great deal of rain. Reverend. A title or form of address to members of the Christian clergy. Rewarding. Providing satisfaction. Rust. A reddish-brown flaky coating of iron oxide that is formed on iron or steel by the action of water and oxygen. Salty. Tasting of or containing salt. Scots. Another term for scortisate. Scrutiny. Close and critical observation or examination. Seizure. The action of seizing point to a sudden attack of illness, especially a stroke or an epileptic fit. Serum. RA/or serums, the thin amber-colored liquid that separates out when blood has clotted. Singular. Grammar of a word or form, referring to just one person or thing. Skate. An ice skate or roller skate. Storyline. The plot of a novel, play, movie, etc. Stray. Move away aimlessly from a group or from the right course or place. Stud. A large-headed piece of metal that pierces and projects from a surface, especially for decoration. Supper. A light or informal evening meal. Sweetheart. A person who is loved by someone. Systemic. Relating to a system as a whole. Tempo. The speed at which a passage of music is played. Thereof. Formal of the thing just mentioned, of that. Thirsty. Feeling or causing a need to drink. Torch. Chiefly historical, a piece of wood or cloth soaked in tallow and ignited. Turbo. Short for turbocharger. Unchanged. Not changed, unaltered. Understandable. Able to be understood. Upright. Vertical, erect. Uprising. A rebellion or revolt against an established ruler or government. Vain. Having an excessively high opinion of oneself. Vanity. Excessive pride in one's appearance or achievements. Violin. A musical instrument having 4 strings and a body narrowed at the middle, played with a bow. Whereby. By which. Whisper. Speak very softly. Worthwhile. Worth the time, money, or effort spent. Acceleration. The rate at which a vehicle increases speed. Aerospace. The branch of technology and industry concerned with aviation and space flight. Anticipate. Be aware of a future event and prepare for it. Arcade. A covered passage with arches along one or both sides. Asthma. A medical condition that causes difficulty in breathing. Aurora. A phenomenon. Bankrupt. Declared in jaw as unable to pay one's debts. Blink. Shut and open the eyes quickly. Childish. Like or appropriate to a child. Chili. A small hot-tasting pepper, used in cooking and as a spice. Coil. A length of something wound in a joined sequence of loops. Contention. Heated disagreement between people. Covenant. A formal agreement, especially a written contract by which one agrees to make regular payments to a charity. Devotion. Great love or loyalty. Dilemma. A situation in which a difficult choice has to be made between alternatives that are equally undesirable. Dis. Expressing negation. Disgrace. Loss of the respect of others as the result of unacceptable behavior. Emmy. A statuette awarded annually to an outstanding television program or performer. Eventual. Occurring at the end of a process or period of time. Excel. Be exceptionally good at an activity or subject. Firstly. In the first place, first. Flex. Bend a limb or joint. Genus. A category in the classification of animals and plants that ranks above 544 geometry species and below family, shown by a capitalized Latin name, e.g., Leo. Glove. A covering for the hand with separate parts for each finger and the thumb. Grammy. Grammys or Grammys, an annual award given by the American National Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences for achievement in the music industry. Greed. A strong and selfish desire for possessions, wealth, or power. Greet. Give a word or sign of welcome when meeting someone. Hank. A coil or length of wool, hair, or other material. Hose. A flexible tube conveying water. Impacted. Wedged between another tooth and the jaw. Imposing. Grand and impressive. Inflammation. A condition in which an area of the skin or body becomes reddened, swollen, hot, and often painful, especially as a reaction to injury or infection. KO. A knockout in a boxing match. Lava. Hot molten or semi-fluid rock that erupts from a volcano or fissure, or solid rock formed when this cools. Madonna. The Virgin Mary. Magnet. A piece of iron or other material that can attract iron-containing objects and that points north and south when suspended. Metaphor. A figure of speech in which a word or phrase is used of something to which it does not literally apply, e.g., the long arm of the law. Millionaire. A person whose money and property are worth $1 million or more. Negro. A member of a group of black peoples originally native to Africa. Notify. Formally inform someone about something. Null. In phrase null and void, having no legal force, invalid. Oops. Informal used to show recognition of a mistake or minor accident. Oriental. Relating to or from the Far East. Owing. Yet to be paid. Pact. A formal agreement between people or parties. Paramount. More important than anything else. Paranoid. Relating to or suffering from paranoia. Patriot. A person who strongly supports their country and is prepared to defend it. Patron. A person who gives financial or other support to a person, organization, or cause. Popcorn. A snack consisting of corn kernels that are heated until they burst open. Proxy. The authority to represent someone else, especially in voting. Quantitative. Relating to or measured by quantity. Regain. Get something back after losing control or possession of it. Renew. Begin something again after an interruption. Resemble. Be similar to someone or something in appearance or qualities. Retarded. Chiefly offensive, less advanced in mental, physical, or social development than is usual for one's age. Retro. Imitative of a style from the recent past. Retro. Back or backward. Revolt. Take violent action against a government or ruler. Rightly. In accordance with what is true, morally right, or just. Rumor. A piece of information spread among a number of people that is not confirmed and may be false. Saddle. A seat with a raised ridge at the front and back, fastened on the back of a horse for riding. Schooling. Education received at school. Shrine. A place regarded as holy because it is connected to a holy person or event. Shrink. Shrunken/shrunken/ one become or make smaller in size or amount. Solitary. Done or existing alone. Sorrow. Deep distress caused by loss or disappointment. Stoke. Add coal to a fire, furnace, etc. Termination. The ending of something. Thigh. The part of the leg between the hip and the knee. Thrive. Grow or develop well or vigorously. Troll. Fish by trailing a baited line along behind a boat. Uncovered. Not covered by something. Undertake. Make oneself responsible for carrying out a project, activity, etc., take something on. Unpaid. Of a debt, not yet paid. Vest. A close-fitting, sleeveless waist-length garment typically having no collar and with buttons down the front. Vine. A climbing plant with a woody stem, especially one that produces grapes. Warranty. A written guarantee promising to repair or replace an article if necessary within a specified period. Yen. The basic unit of money of Japan. Aisle. A passage between rows of seats in a public building, aircraft, or train or between shelves in a store. Almighty. Having complete or very great power. Apparel. Formal clothing. Arbitration. The use of an arbitrator to settle a dispute. Atom. The smallest particle of a chemical element that can exist. Auburn. A reddish-brown color. Bilateral. Having two sides. Bleed. Lose blood from the body. Brace. A strengthening or supporting device or part. Caption. A title or brief explanation accompanying an illustration or cartoon. Choke. Prevent someone from breathing by squeezing or blocking their throat or depriving them of air. Cholesterol. A compound that occurs normally in most body tissues and is believed to lead to disease of the arteries if present in high concentrations in the blood, e.g., as a result of a diet high in animal fat. Classy. Informal, stylish and sophisticated. Condemn. Express complete disapproval of someone or something. Confrontation. A situation of angry disagreement or opposition. Contributor. A person who contributes something. Deluxe. Of a higher quality and more expensive than usual. Disguise. Change the appearance or nature of someone or something so as to prevent recognition. Empathy. The ability to understand and share the feelings of another person. Ensemble. A group of musicians, actors, or dancers who perform together. Feasible. able to be done easily. Flawed, damaged or imperfect in some way. GI, a private in the army. Grease, a thick oily substance, especially one used to lubricate machinery. Hallway, another term for hall, sense too. Homosexual, feeling or involving sexual attraction to people of one's own sex. Hulk, an old ship stripped of fittings and permanently moored. Hydraulic, relating to or operated by a liquid moving in a confined space under pressure. Impulse, a sudden strong urge to act, without thinking about the results. Incapable, incapable of, lacking the ability or required quality to do something. Inflammatory, relating to or causing inflammation. Insecure, not confident or self-assured. Integrate, combine with something to form a whole. Intentional, done on purpose, deliberate. Jeep, trademark, a sturdy motor vehicle with four-wheel drive. Knot, a fastening made by looping a piece of string, rope, etc., on itself and tightening it. Lebanese, a person from Lebanon. Lecturer, a person who gives lectures, such as a teacher at a college or university. Lust, strong sexual desire. Microphone, a device for converting sound waves into electrical energy, which can then be amplified, transmitted, or recorded. Miniature, much smaller than normal in size. Motto, a short sentence or phrase expressing a belief or aim of a person. Nationality, the status of belonging to a particular nation. Obstacle, a thing that blocks one's way or makes it difficult to do or achieve something. Occupational, relating to a job or profession. Onset, the beginning of something, especially something unpleasant. Perceive, become aware of something through the senses. Persecution, cruel or unfair treatment. Petrol, chiefly Brit. Philosopher, a person engaged or learned in philosophy. Pixel, any of the tiny areas of light on a display screen that make up an image. Plantation, a large estate on which crops such as coffee, sugar, and tobacco are grown. Presently, after a short time, soon. Props, informal respect or credit due to a person. Prose, ordinary written or spoken language. Radioactive, emitting ionizing radiation or particles. Realization, an act of becoming fully aware of something as a fact. Reconciliation, the end of a disagreement and a return to friendly relations. Rug, a small carpet. Slogan, a short, memorable phrase used in advertising or associated with a political party or other group. Specimen, An animal, plant, object, etc., used as an example of its species or type for scientific study or display. Steer. A bullock. Steer. Guide or control the movement of a vehicle, ship, or aircraft. Strawberry. A sweet soft red fruit with many seeds on the surface. Strive. Make great efforts, especially to achieve or prevent something. Sunglasses. Glasses tinted to protect the eyes from sunlight or glare. Temptation. The action of tempting or the state of being tempted. Thrill. A sudden feeling of excitement and pleasure. Tile. A thin square or rectangular piece of baked clay, concrete, cork, etc., used for covering roofs, floors, or walls. Tow. Short, coarse fibers of flax or hemp, used for making yarn. Tow. Use a vehicle or boat to pull another vehicle or boat along. Trusting. Tending to trust others, not suspicious. Unarmed. Not equipped with or carrying weapons. Undertaking. A formal promise to do something. Unfinished. Not finished, incomplete. Unhealthy. Not in good health. Unlawful. Not conforming to or permitted by law or rules. Unpopular. Not liked or popular. Verb. A word used to describe an action, state, or occurrence, such as hear, become, or happen. Volatile. Liable to change rapidly and unpredictably, especially for the worse. Voluntarily. Of one's own free will. Abnormal. Differing from what is normal or typical. Accuse. Claim that someone has committed a crime or done something wrong. Ample. Enough or more than enough, plentiful. Analogy. A way of explaining or clarifying something by comparing it to something else. Apex. The top or highest point. Apocalypse. An event involving great and widespread destruction. Backward. Directed toward the back. Back. Always having to be ready to obey someone's orders. Bingo. A game in which players mark off randomly called numbers on printed cards, the winner being the first to mark off all their numbers. Boiler. A fuel-burning device for heating water. Boulder. A large rock. Calf. The fleshy part at the back of a person's leg below the knee. Coating. A thin layer or covering of something. Continuation. The action or state of continuing. Convoy. A group of ships or vehicles traveling together under armed protection. Cork. A buoyant, light brown substance obtained from the bark of a kind of Mediterranean oak tree. Cosmetic. Relating to treatment intended to improve a person's appearance. Cubic. Having the shape of a cube. Detector. A device designed to discover the presence of something and to send out a signal. Digest. Break down food in the stomach and intestines into substances that can be absorbed by the body. Diplomacy. The profession, activity, or skill of managing international relations. Directive. An official or authoritative instruction. Disadvantage. Something that causes a problem or that makes success or progress less likely. Distract. Prevent someone from concentrating on something. Ebook. An electronic version of a printed book that can be read on a personal computer or special handheld device. Energetic. Showing or involving great energy or activity. Friction. The resistance that one surface or object encounters when moving over another. Funk. A style of popular dance music of U.S. Black origin, having a strong rhythm. Greatness. The quality of being great, distinguished, or eminent. Hazardous. Risky, dangerous. Hooker. Informal, a prostitute. Hopeless. Feeling or causing forlorn, beyond hope, lost, irreparable, irreversible, incurable, impossible, futile. Hourly. Done or occurring every hour. Illustrate. Provide a book, magazine, etc., with pictures. Induction. The action or process of introducing someone to an organization or establishing them in a position. Infrared. Electromagnetic radiation having a wavelength just greater than that of red light but less than that of microwaves, emitted particularly by heated objects. Instability. Lack of stability. Irene. Satisfied, contented, pleased, gratified, fulfilled, happy, glad, cheerful, at ease, at peace, relaxed, comfortable, untroubled. Limitation. A rule or condition that limits someone or something, a restriction. Linguistic. Relating to language or linguistics. Litter. Small items of trash left lying in a public place. Lump. An irregular mass or piece of something hard or solid. Lump. Informal, accept or put up with something whether one likes it or not. Macro. Large, large scale. Macro. Computing a single instruction that expands automatically into a set of instructions to perform a particular task. Macro P combining form large, large scale. Mag informal, a magazine, periodical. Magisterial. Magistrate. An official who administers the law, especially one with authority to judge minor cases and hold preliminary hearings. Marginal. Relating to or situated on an edge or border. Masculine. Having the qualities or appearance traditionally associated with men. Milestone. A stone set up beside a road to mark the distance in miles to a particular place. Mug. A large cylindrical cup with a handle. Municipality. A town or city that has local government. Observatory. A building containing a telescope for looking at the stars and planets. Outdoors. In or into the open air. Pedestrian. A person walking rather than traveling in a vehicle. Penetration. The action of penetrating. Pod. A long seed case of a pea, bean, or related plant. Predator. An animal that hunts and kills other animals for food. Preferably. Ideally, if possible. Prophecy. A prediction of a future event. Recorder. A device for recording sound, pictures, or data. Relaxation. The state of being free from tension and worry. Respectable. Regarded by society to be proper, correct, and good. Respectful. Feeling or showing respect or consideration. Romeo. An attractive, passionate male lover. Rubbing. An impression of a design on brass or stone, made by placing a sheet of paper over it and rubbing it with chalk, wax, or a pencil. Salute. A gesture of respect or acknowledgement. Scum. A layer of dirt or froth on the surface of a liquid. Shady. Situated in or full of shade. Slack. Not taut or held tightly in position, loose. Slick. Done or operating in an impressively smooth and efficient way. Spontaneous. Done or occurring as a result of an unplanned impulse. Sticker. A sticky label or notice. Stove. A piece of equipment for cooking or heating that operates by burning fuel or using electricity. Tactic. An action or plan that is intended to achieve a specific result. Template. A shaped piece of rigid material used as a pattern for processes such as cutting out, shaping, or drilling. Theorem. Physics and mathematics, a general proposition or rules that can be proved by reasoning. Tract. A large area of land. Try. Three, having three. Tribune. In ancient Rome, an official chosen by the ordinary people to protect their interests. Upward. Toward a higher point or level. Vista. A pleasing view. Vogue. The fashion or style current at a particular time. Volcanic. Relating to or produced by a volcano or volcanoes. Winding. Having a twisting or. Adore. Love and respect someone greatly. Akin. Similar in nature or type. Alphabet. An ordered set of letters or symbols used to represent the basic speech sounds of a language. Appoint. Give a job or role to someone. Apprentice. A person learning a skilled practical profession from an employer. Baseline. A minimum or starting point used for comparisons. Beware. Be cautious and alert to risks or dangers. Bikini. A women's two-piece swimsuit. Bisexual. Sexually attracted to both men and women. Boulevard. A wide street, typically one lined with trees. Bracelet. An ornamental band or chain worn on the wrist or arm. Bracelet. Put handcuffs on someone. Capsule. A small case or container. Captive. A person who has been taken prisoner or held in confinement. Chronicle. A record of historical events made in the order in which they happened. Cinnamon. A spice made from the dried bark of an ashen tree. Comprehend. Fully understand something. Compulsory. Required by law or a rule, obligatory. Confederate. Joined by an agreement or treaty. Coping. The curved or sloping top course of a brick or stone wall. Counterpart. A person or thing that corresponds to another. Creed. A system of religious belief, a faith. Crisp. Firm, dry, and brittle. Crust. The tough outer part of a loaf of bread. Cutter. A person or thing that cuts something. Daring. Willing to do dangerous or risky things, bold. Delegate. A person sent to represent others, in particular at a conference. Deploy. Bring or move troops into position for military action. Dietary. Having to do with diets or dieting. Dissertation. A long essay, especially one written for a university degree. Domination. The action of controlling someone or something. Emission. The action of emitting something, especially heat, light, gas, or radiation. Fin. A flattened part that projects from the body of a fish or other aquatic animal, used for propelling, steering, and balancing. Flora. The plants of a particular region, habitat, or period of time. Fracture. A crack or break, especially in a bone or layer of rock. Functionality. The quality of being functionate. Gamma. The third letter of the Greek alphabet, I, Y, represented as G. P adjective relating to gamma rays. Gaze. Look steadily and intently. Genome. Biology won the full set of the chromosomes of an organism. Grape. A green, purple, or black berry growing in clusters on a vine, eaten as fruit and used in making wine. Gravel. A loose mixture of small stones and coarse sand, used for paths and roads. Haircut. The style in which someone's hair is cut. Highland. An area of high or mountainous land. Hustle. Push roughly, jostle. Idle. Tending to avoid work, lazy. Indictment. Law, a formal charge or accusation of a crime. Irregular. Not even or regular in shape, arrangement, or occurrence. Juicy. Full of juice. Jumper. A collarless sleeveless dress, usually worn over a blouse. Limb. An arm, leg, or wing. Meaningless. Having no meaning or significance. Millennium. A period of 1,000 years, especially when calculated from the traditional date of the birth of Jesus. Misunderstanding. A failure to understand something correctly. Moody. Tending to become bad-tempered or sulky. Offender. A person who commits an illegal act. Oracle. In ancient Greece or Rome, a priest or priestess who acted as a channel for advice or prophecy from the gods. Overlap. Extend over something so as to partly cover it. Peek. Look quickly or furtively. Pentagon. A plane figure with 5 straight sides and 5 angles. Pottery. Articles made of clay baked in a kiln. Prairie. A large open area of grassland. Prank. A practical joke or mischievous act. Premature. Happening or done before the proper time. Psychiatrist. A doctor specializing in the diagnosis and treatment of mental illness. Quad. A quadrangle. Quartz. A hard mineral consisting of silica, typically occurring as colorless or white hexagonal prisms. Residency. The fact of living in a place. Responsive. Responding readily and with interest. Roar. A long, deep sound such as that made by a lion, natural force, or engine. Rot. Of organic matter, decomposed by the action of bacteria and fungi, decay. Songwriter. A writer of songs or the music for them. Spear. A weapon with a pointed metal tip set on a long shaft. Stain. Mark or discolor something with something that is difficult to remove. Stranded. Driven ashore or run aground. Stylish. Having or showing a good sense of style. Sir. Equivalent to super. Technician. A person employed to look after technical equipment or do practical work in a laboratory. Tidal. Relating to or affected by tides. Transcript. A written or printed version of material that was originally spoken or presented in another form. Trench. 41 a long, narrow ditch. Trousers. An outer garment covering the body from the waist to the ankles, with a separate part for each leg, pants. Unwilling. Not willing. Varsity. A sports team representing a school or college. Vulnerability. The quality of being vulnerable, likely to be attacked or harmed. Whichever. And pronoun one used to emphasize a lack of restriction in selecting one of a definite set of alternatives. Wrath. Extreme anger. Yuan. The basic unit of money of China. Zen. A Japanese school of Buddhism emphasizing the value of meditation and intuition. Accomplishment. Something that has been achieved successfully. Aide. An assistant to a political leader. Allegiance. Loyalty or commitment to a superior person or to a group or cause. Apartment appropriate, suitable. Avatar. Hinduism won a god or goddess appearing in bodily form on earth. Beverage. A drink other than water. Blaze. A very large or fiercely burning fire. Broadband. A high-capacity telecommunications technique that uses a wide broadband range of frequencies, enabling messages to be sent simultaneously. Bumper. A horizontal bar fixed across the front or back of a motor vehicle to reduce damage in a collision. Chalk. A white soft limestone formed from the skeletal remains of sea creatures. Coaster. A small mat for a glass. Constituency. The group of voters in a particular area who elect a representative to a lawmaking body. Contingent. A group of people with a common feature, forming part of a larger group. Costing. The estimated cost of producing or undertaking something. Deprived. Suffering a harmful lack of basic material and cultural necessities. Diplomat. An official representing a country abroad. Eldest. Oldest. Emphasize. Give special importance or prominence to something. Entirety. The whole of something. Exodus. A mass departure of people. Fallout. Radioactive particles spread over a wide area after a nuclear explosion. Feather. Any of the flat structures growing from a bird's skin, consisting of a partly hollow horny shaft fringed with fine strands. Firearm. A rifle, pistol, or other portable gun. Flock. A number of birds moving or resting together. Forestry. The science or practice of planting, managing, and caring for forests. Ghetto. One a part of a city occupied by people of a particular race, nationality, or ethnic group. Grim. Very serious or gloomy, forbidding. Helpless. Unable to defend oneself or to act without help. Hemisphere. A half of a sphere. Hyper. Informal, full of nervous energy, hyperactive. Hyper. Over, beyond, above. Inconvenience. The state of being slightly troublesome or difficult. Insured. Covered by insurance. Invasive. Tending to invade or intrude. iPod. Trademark, a type of personal digital audio player. Lastly. As a final point, last. Lipstick. Colored cosmetic applied to the lips from a small solid stick. Manipulate. Handle or control a tool, device, etc., in a skillful way. Mart. A store. Midway. And adjective in or toward the middle. Moist. Slightly wet, damp. Monarch. A king, queen, or emperor who rules a country or empire. Mourning. The expression of deep sorrow for someone who has died. Mustard. A hot-tasting yellow or brown paste made from the crushed seeds of a plant, eaten with meat. Persona. The aspect of a person's character that is presented to others. Plaque. An ornamental tablet fixed to a wall in commemoration of a person or event. Preach. Give a religious talk to a gathering of people. Purity. The state of being pure. Rabbi. A Jewish scholar or teacher, especially of Jewish law. Realism. The practice of accepting a situation as it is and dealing with it accordingly. Retrieve. Get or bring something back. Scoop. A utensil resembling a spoon, having a short handle and a deep bowl. Scotch. Whiskey made in Scotland. Scotch. Decisively put an end to. Scrub. Rub something hard to clean it. Shale. Soft rock formed from compressed mud or clay, that can be split into thin layers. Shin. The front of the leg below the knee. Soul. Music, the fifth note of a major scale, coming after Fa and before La. Solicitor. A person who contacts businesses to sell them supplies, services, or advertising. Sophomore. A second-year high school or college student. Squadron. An operational unit in an air force. Squirrel. An agile rodent with a bushy tail that lives in trees. Stigma. A mark or sign of disgrace. Taco. A Mexican dish consisting of a folded tortilla filled with seasoned meat or beans. Takeover. An act of taking control of something such as a company from someone else. Tinder. Dry, flammable material used for lighting a fire. Titan. Any of a family of giant gods in Greek mythology. Trait. A distinguishing quality or characteristic. Traitor. A person who betrays their country, a cause, etc. Troop. Troops, soldiers or armed forces. Underestimate. Estimate something to be smaller or less important than it really is. One, having or consisting of one. Wallpaper. Paper pasted in strips over the walls of a room to provide a decorative or textured surface. Watt. The SI unit of power, equivalent to 1 joule per second and corresponding to the rate of energy in an electric circuit where the potential difference is 1 volt and the current 1 ampere. Willow. A tree or shrub that typically grows near water, has narrow leaves and flexible branches, and bears catkins. Addict. A person who is addicted to something. Ale. A type of beer with a bitter flavor and a higher alcoholic content. Betrayal. The act of being disloyal. Cardiovascular. Relating to the heart and blood vessels. Chic. Elegant and stylish. Clone. An animal or plant produced from the cells of another, to which it is genetically identical. Communal. Shared or done by all members of a community. Consortium. A / or consortiums, an association of several companies. Countdown. An act of counting in reverse order to zero, especially before the launch of a rocket. Courier. A person employed to deliver goods or documents quickly. Defect. A fault or imperfection. Defect. Abandon one's country or cause in favor of an opposing one. Disastrous. Causing great damage. Drown. Die as a result of submersion in water, or kill someone in this way. Drummer. A person who plays a drum or drums. Durable. Hard-wearing. Efficacy. The ability to produce an intended result. Erin. Old use or literary Ireland. Exclusion. The action of excluding someone or something from something. Filipino. A person from the Philippines. Flashing. A strip of metal used to seal the junction of a roof with another surface. Freelance. Self-employed and hired to work for different companies on particular assignments. Gin. A clear alcoholic spirit distilled from grain or malt and flavored with juniper berries. Greeting. A word or sign of welcome when meeting someone. Hawaiian. A person from Hawaii. Honeymoon. A vacation taken by a newly married couple. Ignition. The action of catching fire or setting something on fire. Investigative. Relating to investigation or research. Jewel. A precious stone. Jupiter. The largest planet in the solar system, fifth in order from the Sun. Navigate. Plan and direct the route of a ship, aircraft, or other form of transport. Outreach. An organization's involvement with the community, especially in the context of social welfare. Perimeter. The outermost parts or boundary of an area or object. Pike. A predatory freshwater fish with a long body and sharp teeth. Piper. A person who plays a pipe or bagpipes. Protector. A person or thing that protects someone or something. Pulp. A soft, wet mass of crushed or pounded material. Ransom. A sum of money demanded or paid for the release of a captive. Reel. A cylinder on which film, wire, thread, etc., can be wound. Rehearsal. A trial performance of a play or other work for later public performance. Reinforce. Strengthen or support an object. Revive. Make someone conscious, healthy, or strong again. Rigorous. Very thorough or accurate. Ringing. Having a clear resounding tone or sound. Scarf. A length or square of fabric worn around the neck or head. Scarf. Join the ends of two pieces of wood or metal by beveling or notching them so that they fit together. Scenery. The natural features of a landscape considered in terms of their appearance. Sensory. Relating to sensation or the senses. Sidewalk. A paved path for pedestrians at the side of a road. Skeptical. Not easily convinced, having doubts. Sleepy. Needing or ready for sleep. Staple. A small U-shaped piece of wire used to fasten papers together. Stirring. Causing great excitement or strong emotion. Strand. A single thin length of thread, wire, etc. Strand. Drive or leave a boat, person, or sea creature aground on a shore. Sushi. A Japanese dish consisting of small balls or rolls of cold rice with vegetables, egg, or raw seafood. Suspend. Stop something temporarily. Swelling. A place on the body that has swollen as a result of illness or an injury. Terminology. The set of terms used in a particular subject, profession, etc. Theatrical. Relating to acting, actors, or the theater. Timer. An automatic device for stopping or starting a machine at a preset time. Trustee. A person given legal powers to hold and manage property in trust for the benefit of another person or people. Turnout. The number of people attending or taking part in an event, especially the number of people voting in an election. Unanimous. Of people, fully in agreement. Unpredictable. Not able to be predicted. Vengeance. Punishment or harm caused to someone in return for an injury or wrong. Advent. The arrival of an important person or thing. Airborne. Carried through the air. Alas. Literary or humorous, an expression of grief, pity, or regret. Astonishing. Extremely surprising. Barracks. A large building or group of buildings for housing soldiers. Believer. A person who believes in the truth or existence of something. Bunker. A large container for storing fuel. Caffeine. A substance found in tea, coffee, and other plants that stimulates the central nervous system. Chaotic. In a state of complete confusion and disorder. Cite. Quote a book or author as evidence for an argument. Commentator. A person who comments on events, especially in the media. Confuse. Make someone unable to think clearly or understand something. Coward. A person who is afraid to do dangerous or unpleasant things. Damn it. Used to express anger and frustration. Dell. Literary, a small valley. Dent. A slight hollow in a surface made by a blow or pressure. Depart. Leave, especially to start a journey. Disappoint. Fail to fulfill someone's hopes. Dolphin. A small whale with a beak-like snout and a curved fin on the back. Dove. A stocky bird with a small head, short legs, and a cooing voice, very similar to but generally smaller than a pigeon. Dusty. Covered with or resembling dust. Enlightenment. The gaining of knowledge and understanding. Finnish. The language of the Finns. Fixture. A piece of equipment or furniture that is fixed in position in a building or vehicle. Focal. Relating to a focus, especially the focus of a lens. Frightening. Causing fear or anxiety. Gala. A social occasion with special entertainments. Garrison. A group of troops stationed in a fortress or town to defend it. Gladly. With pleasure. Goodwill. Friendly or helpful feelings or attitude. Govern. Conduct the policy and affairs of a country, state, organization, or people. Gradual. Taking place in stages over an extended period. Harness. A set of straps and fittings by which a horse or other animal is fastened to a cart, plow, etc., and is controlled by its driver. Heartbeat. A pulsation of the heart. Imminent. About to happen. Inaugural. Marking the beginning of an organization or period of office. Insulation. Material used to insulate something. Intern. Confine someone as a prisoner. Irresponsible. Not showing a proper sense of responsibility. Lag. Move or develop more slowly than another or others. Locality. An area or neighborhood. Lure. Tempt someone to do something or to go somewhere. Malicious. Intending or intended to do harm. Mattress. A fabric case filled with soft, firm, or springy material used for sleeping on. Mist. A cloud of tiny water droplets in the atmosphere that limits visibility to a lesser extent than fog. Mole. A small burrowing mammal with dark velvety fur, a long muzzle, and very small eyes. Molecule. A group of atoms chemically bonded together, representing the smallest fundamental unit of a compound that can take part in a chemical reaction. Monarchy. Rule by a monarch. Mormon. A member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, a religion founded in the U.S. in 1830 by Joseph Smith, Jr. Muscular. Relating to the muscles. Noisy. Full of or making a lot of noise. Orgasm. The climax of sexual excitement, when feelings of sexual pleasure are most intense. Panties. Informal underpants worn by women and girls. Parcel. An object or collection of objects wrapped in paper in order to be carried or sent by post. Partition. A light interior wall or other structure dividing a space into parts. Peculiar. Different to what is normal or expected, strange. Proprietary. Relating to an owner or ownership. Prostate. A gland that surrounds the neck of the bladder in male mammals and produces a component of semen. Protagonist. The leading character in a play, movie, or novel. Rant. Speak or shout in an angry or uncontrolled way. Rash. Acting or done without careful consideration. Replica. An exact copy or model of something, especially one on a smaller scale. Reside. Live in a particular place. Ripe. Of fruit or grain, ready for harvesting and eating. Riverside. The ground along a riverbank. Sac. A hollow, flexible structure in the body or a plant, resembling a bag or pouch and containing air or liquid. Sane. Having a normal mind, not mad. Savior. A person who saves someone or something from danger or harm. Scenic. Relating to impressive or beautiful natural scenery. Sip. Drink something by taking small mouthfuls. Snail. A slow-moving mollusk with a spiral shell into which it can withdraw its whole body. Stimulate. Help something to develop or become more active. Susceptible. Likely to be influenced or harmed by a particular thing. Translator. A person who translates writing or speech from one language into another. Transmit. Pass from one place or person to another. Tutor. A private teacher who teaches a single student or a very small group. Unsafe. Not safe, dangerous. Verge. An edge or border. Vibrant. Full of energy and enthusiasm. Wander. Walk or move in a leisurely, casual, or aimless way. Yeast. A microscopic single-celled fungus capable of converting sugar into alcohol and carbon dioxide. Absorption. The process by which one thing absorbs or is absorbed by another. Accelerate. Begin to move more quickly. Acne. A skin condition causing many red pimples on the face. Advertise. Present or describe a product, service, or event in the media so as to promote sales. Assassin. A person who assassinates someone. Assign. Give a task or duty to someone. Backlash. A strong and adverse reaction by a large number of people. Brewery. A place where beer is made. Bulb. The rounded underground base of the stem of some plants, from which the roots grow. Cardboard. Thin board made from layers of paper pasted together or from paper pulp. Chew. Bite and work food in the mouth to make it easier to swallow. Circumstance. A fact or condition connected with an event or action. Collateral. Something that is promised to someone if one is not able to repay a loan. Congestion. The state of being congested. Crossover. A point or place of crossing from one side to the other. Crunch. Crush something hard or brittle with the teeth, making a grinding sound. Daytime. The time between sunrise and sunset. Demise. A person's death. Dictator. A ruler with total power over a country. Dime. A 10-cent coin. Dire. Very serious or urgent. Disagreement. Lack of consensus or approval. Disregard. Fail to consider or pay attention to someone or something. Distributor. An agent who supplies goods to retailers. Dominion. Supreme power or control. Downhill. And adjective one toward the bottom of a slope. Dreadful. Extremely bad or serious. Drunken. Drunk. Earnest. Very serious and sincere. Earnest. A sign or promise of what is to come. Erase. Rub something out. Extinct. Of a species or other large group, having no living members. Forbid. Refuse to allow something. Freezer. A refrigerated cabinet or room for preserving food at very low temperatures. Hare. A fast-running, long-eared mammal resembling a large rabbit, with very long hind legs. Herein. Formal in this document, book, or matter. Honorary. Of a title or position, given as an honor. Immature. Not fully developed. Imperative. Vitally important, essential. Ineffective. Not producing any or the desired effect. Knit. Knit, one make a garment by interlocking loops of yarn with knitting needles or on a machine. Manly. Having qualities traditionally associated with men, such as courage and strength. Maternity. Motherhood. Misconduct. Unacceptable or improper behavior, especially by a professional person. Morale. The level of a person's or group's confidence or enthusiasm at a particular time. Mute. Not speaking or temporarily speechless. Needless. Unnecessary, avoidable. Nerd. Informal, a person who is obsessively interested in something and lacks social skills. Novelty. The quality of being new and unusual. Optimism. Hopefulness and confidence about the future or success of something. Outdated. No longer used or fashionable. Oxide. A compound of oxygen with another element or group. Peripheral. Relating to or situated on the outer limits of something. Pint. A unit of liquid or dry capacity equal to 1/2 of a quart. Poop. Informal one exhaust someone. Pornography. Photographs, writing, movies, etc., intended to cause sexual excitement. Pronounce. Make the sound of a word or part of a word. Provisional. Arranged or existing for the present, possibly to be changed later. Remark. Say something as a comment, mention something. Repay. Pay back a loan that is owed to someone. Rouge. A red powder or cream used as a cosmetic for coloring the cheeks. Saturated. Of fats, having only single bonds between carbon atoms in their molecules and as a result being less easily processed by the body. Shove. Push someone or something roughly. Softball. A form of baseball played on a smaller field with a larger, softer ball. Spur. A device with a small spike or a spiked wheel, worn on a rider's heel for urging a horse forward. Suppress. Forcibly put an end to an activity that threatens an established authority. Tangible. Able to be perceived by touch. Tilt. Move into a sloping position. Trivial. Not very important or serious. Unofficial. Not officially music, too difficult to perform. Veil. A piece of fine material worn to protect or hide the face. Versatile. Having many different uses. Wed. Formal or literary marry or get married. Anthropology. The study of societies, cultures, and human origins. Artery. 41 Any of the tubes through which blood flows from the heart around the body. Bamboo. A giant tropical grass with hollow woody stems. Basil. An herb of the mint family. BlackBerry. Trademark a handheld wireless electronic device that provides internet access along with email, telephone, and text messaging services. Chord. A group of 3 or more musical notes sounded together in harmony. Corporal. Relating to the human body. Corporal. A rank of non-commissioned officer in the U.S. Army or Marine Corps, above Lance Corporal or Private First Class and below Sergeant. Courtyard. An open area enclosed by walls or buildings, especially in a castle or large house. Crest. A tuft or growth of feathers, fur, or skin on the head of a bird or other animal. Dang. Exclam, and v informal a polite way of saying damn. Danger/danjar/pn. Deception. The action of deceiving someone. Decor. The furnishing and decoration of a room. Derivative. Imitative of the 339 dervish work of another artist, writer, etc., and regarded as unoriginal. Discomfort. Slight pain. Dominican. A member of an order of friars founded by St. Dominic, or of a similar religious order for women. Driveway. A short road leading from a public road to a house or garage. Duel. Historical, a prearranged contest with deadly weapons between two people to settle a point of honor. Elf. A supernatural creature of folk tales, represented as a small human figure with pointed ears. Exemption. The process of exempting or state of being exempt from something. Fashionable. In or influenced by a style that is currently popular. Fetch. Go for and bring back someone or something. Formidable. Inspiring fear or respect through being impressively large, powerful, or capable. Fuzzy. Having a frizzy texture or appearance. Gothic. Relating to the style of architecture prevalent in Western Europe in the 12th to 16th centuries, characterized by pointed arches and elaborate tracery. Graffiti. Writing or drawings on a surface in a public place. Grenade. A small bomb thrown by hand or launched mechanically. Hamlet. A small village or settlement. Helm. A tiller or wheel for steering a ship or boat. Hypocrisy. The practice of claiming to have higher moral standards than is the case. Inaccurate. Not accurate or correct. Inception. The establishment or starting point of an institution or activity. Incompetent. Not sufficiently skillful to do something successfully. Intervene. Come between people or things so as to prevent or alter a situation. Kin. One's family and relations. Kris. A Malay or Indonesian dagger with a wavy-edged blade. Lobster. A large edible shellfish with large pincers. Loneliness. The state or quality of being lonely. Manifesto. A public declaration of the policy and aims of a political party or other group. Maze. A network of paths and walls or hedges, designed as a puzzle, through which one has to find a way. Methodist. A member of a Christian Protestant denomination originating in the 18th century and based on the ideas of Charles and John Wesley. Monastery. A community of monks living under religious vows. Narrowly. By only a small margin. Negligence. Failure to take proper care in doing something. Nexus. A connection or series of connections. Nightclub. A club that is open at night, with a bar and music. Numerical. Relating to or expressed as a number or numbers. Obsolete. No longer produced or used, out of date. Optic. Relating to the eye or vision. Panda. Also giant panda, a large black and white bear-like mammal native to bamboo forests in China. Panther. A leopard, especially a black one. Posture. A particular position of the body. Refresh. Give new strength or energy to someone. Resonance. The quality in a sound of being deep, clear, and reverberating. Ruthless. Having or showing no pity or sympathy, hard and selfish. Salvage. Rescue a ship or its cargo from loss at sea. Samurai. Historical, a member of a military class in Japan. Satire. The use of humor, irony, or exaggeration as a form of mockery or criticism. Seafood. Shellfish and sea fish as food. Slash. Cut someone or something with a forceful sweeping movement. Spaghetti. Pasta made in long strands. Speedy. Done or occurring quickly. Staging. An act of staggering. Standpoint. An attitude toward a particular issue. Stein. A large earthenware beer mug. Sway. Move slowly and rhythmically backward and forward or from side to side. Tempting. Appealing, even if wrong or unwise. Terminate. Bring something to an end. Torque. A force that tends to cause rotation. Unconstitutional. Not in accordance with the constitution of a country or the rules of an organization. Undermine. Damage or weaken. Vacancy. A job or position that is available for someone to do. Point 2. An available room in a hotel, guest house, etc. Veto. A right to reject a decision or proposal made by a lawmaking body. Vocational. Relating to a particular occupation and its skills or knowledge. Withstand. Remain undamaged or unaffected by something. Woodland. Land covered with trees. Zinc. A silvery white metallic chemical element that is used in making brass and for coating iron and steel as a protection against corrosion. Accustomed. Customary, usual. Applicant. A person who applies for EE. Approximate. Almost but not completely accurate. Assemble. Come or bring together. Baton. A thin stick used to conduct and say DASEO? Only an orchestra or choir. Breakup. The breaking up of constituent into several parts. Brew. Make beer by soaking, boiling, and fermentation. Camel. A large mammal of arid country, with a long neck and either one or two humps on the back. Charger. A device for charging a battery. Checkout. A place where goods are paid for in a supermarket or similar store. Chunk. A thick, solid piece. Chunk. Make a muffled, metallic sound. Coca. A tropical American shrub grown for its leaves, which are the source of cocaine. Cocoa. A powder made from roasted and ground cacao seeds. Comet. An object that moves around the solar system, consisting of a nucleus of ice and dust and, when near the sun, a long tail. Compartment. A separate section of a structure or container. Corpus. A collection of written works. Cove. A small sheltered bay. Cozy. Comfortable, warm, and secure. Deficiency. For a lack or shortage of something. Dictatorship. 41 government by a dictator. Dread. Anticipate something with great anxiety or fear. Dub. Give someone an unofficial name or nickname. Dummy. A model of a human being. Electorate. The group of people in a country or area who are entitled to vote in an election. Erosion. The process of eroding something or the result of being eroded. Expo. A large exhibition. Flank. The side of a person's or animal's body between the ribs and the hip. Flare. A sudden brief burst of flame or light. Handmade. Made by hand rather than machine. Incidence. The occurrence, rate, or frequency of something undesirable. Intimacy. Close familiarity or friendship. Kitten. A young cat. Lever. A rigid bar resting on a pivot, used to move a load with one end when pressure. Mileage. A number of miles covered. Mutant. Resulting from or showing the effect of a change in genetic structure. Mutation. A change in form or structure. Mythology. A collection of myths. Neon. An inert gas that gives an orange glow when electricity is passed through it, used in fluorescent lighting. Nun. A member of a female religious community, typically one who has taken vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. Ow. Used to express sudden pain. Pedal. Each of a pair of foot-operated levers for powering a bicycle or other vehicle. Pest. A destructive animal or insect that attacks crops, food, or livestock. Pillar. A tall vertical structure used as a support for a building or as an ornament. Plausible. Seeming reasonable or probable. Poly. Many, much. Poly. Informal 1-polyethylene. Polymer. A substance with a molecular structure formed from many identical small molecules bonded together. Precipitation. Rain, snow, sleet, or hail. Pup. A young dog. Quarantine. A state or period of isolation for people or animals that have or may have a disease. Query. A question expressing doubt or asking for information. Restraint. A rule, measure, or fact that limits or controls. Rift. A crack, split, or break. Scarlet. A bright red color. Sewer. An underground pipe for carrying off drainage water and waste matter. Smack. A sharp blow given with the palm of the hand. Smack. Seem to contain or involve something wrong or undesirable. Sonny. Informal, a familiar form of address to a boy or young man. spokesperson, a spokesman or spokeswoman. Stitch. A loop of thread or yarn made by a single pass of the needle in sewing, knitting, or crocheting. Substrate. The surface or material on which an organism lives, grows, or feeds. Sultan. The title given to a ruler in some Muslim countries. Supremacy. The state of being superior to all others in authority, power, or status. Swell. Become larger or rounder in size. Symptom. A change in the body or mind that is the sign of a disease. Thirst. A feeling of needing or wanting to drink. Transitional. Of, relating to, or characterized by transition, temporary. Tuna. A large edible fish of warm seas. Unused. Unused/not used. Viewpoint. A point of view, an opinion. Vinegar. A sour liquid made from wine, beer, or cider, used as a seasoning or for pickling. Wig. A covering for the head made of real or artificial hair. Accessory. A thing that can be added to something else to make it more useful or attractive. Align. Put things in a straight line or in the correct position in relation to something else. Amnesty. An official pardon given to people convicted of political offenses. Assertion. A confident and forceful statement. Astronomy. The science of stars, planets, and the universe. Atop. On the top of. Attic. Relating to Attica in Greece, or to ancient Athens. Attic. A space or room inside the roof of a building. Autobiography. An account of a person's life written by that person. Await. Wait for an event. Buddhism. A religion or philosophy, founded by Siddhartha Gautama, Buddha, c.563–c.483 BC, that teaches that enlightenment may be reached by the elimination of earthly desires. Cache. A hidden store of things. Coherent. Of an argument or theory, logical and consistent. Comfy. Informal, comfortable. Condo. Informal short for condominium, sense one. Criticize. Express disapproval of someone or something. Crooked. Bent or twisted out of shape or position. Ding. Make a metallic ringing sound. Displacement. The action of displacing someone or something. Disrespect. Lack of respect or courtesy. Divers. Old use or literary of many different kinds. Drastic. Having a strong or far-reaching effect. Edible. Fit to be eaten. Endorse. Declare one's public approval of someone or something. Fax. An exact copy of a document made by electronic scanning and sent by telecommunications links. Fiat. An official order or authorization. Flick. Make a sudden sharp movement. Funky. Informal one, of music, having a strong dance rhythm. Gag. A joke or funny story. G. A command to a horse to go faster. Gigantic. Very great in size or extent. Gill. A unit of measure for liquids, equal to 1/4 of a pint. Groom. Brush and clean a horse's or dog's coat. Guarded. Cautious and having possible reservations. Halftime. A short interval between two halves of a game or contest. Hash. A dish of diced cooked meat reheated with potatoes. Hogan. A traditional Navajo hut of logs and earth. Hydro. A hydroelectric power plant. Inactive. Not active or working. Inspect. Look at someone or something closely. Laurel. An evergreen shrub or small tree with dark green glossy leaves. Lizard. A four-legged reptile with a long body and tail and a rough, scaly, or spiny skin. Lyric. Also lyrics, the words of a song. Maximize. Make as great or large as possible. Mushroom. 14. A spore-producing body of a fungus, typically having the form of a domed cap at the top of a stalk and often edible. Noel. Christmas. Paradox. A statement that sounds absurd or seems to contradict itself but may in fact be true. Periodic. Appearing or occurring at intervals. Plead. Make an urgent and emotional request. Podium. A small platform on which a person stands when giving a speech or conducting an orchestra. Portray. Show or describe in a work of art or literature. Practitioner. A person who practices a particular profession or activity. Puck. A black disc made of hard rubber, used in ice hockey. Reconsider. Consider something again, with a view to changing a decision that has been made. Refrain. A repeated tine or section in a poem or song, typically at the end of each verse. Refrain. Stop oneself from doing something. Reproduce. Produce a copy of something. Rite. A religious or other solemn ceremony or act. Rum. An alcoholic liquor distilled from sugarcane residues or molasses. Safari. An expedition to observe or hunt animals in their natural habitat. Seldom. Not often, rarely. Shareholder. A stockholder. Sis. Informal sister. Soy. Another term for soybean. Squash. A gourd with flesh that can be cooked and eaten as a vegetable. Squash. Crush or squeeze something so that it becomes flat, soft, or out of shape. Statewide. and adverb extending throughout a particular U.S. state. Stationary. Not moving. Subdivision. The action of subdividing something. Tar. A dark, thick flammable liquid distilled from wood or coal, used in road making and for preserving timber. Temporal. Relating to or situated in the temples of the head. Turbine. A machine for producing power in which a wheel or rotor is made to revolve by a fast-moving flow of water, steam, gas, or air. Unavailable. Not able to be used or obtained. Universally. By everyone, in every case. Unlucky. Having, bringing, or resulting from bad luck. Warden. A person responsible for supervising a particular place or procedure. Warp. Make or become bent or twisted as a result of heat or dampness. Who'd. Who had. Womb. The uterus. Alpine. Relating to or found on high mountains. Ambient. Relating to the surrounding area. Aquatic. Relating to water. Armored. Covered with armor. Assert. State a fact or belief confidently and firmly. Bandwidth. A range of frequencies used in telecommunications. Barbecue. An outdoor meal or party at which food is grilled over an open fire. Beforehand. In advance. Bipolar. Especially of an electronic device, having two poles. Bladder. A sac in the abdomen that receives urine from the kidneys and stores it for excretion. Blossom. A flower or a mass of flowers on a tree or bush. Bombed. Informal, intoxicated by drink or drugs. Canned. Preserved in a sealed can. Caravan. A group of people traveling together. Carrot. The tapering orange root of a plant of the parsley family, eaten as a vegetable. Comprise. Be made up of, consist of. Conceptual. Relating to ideas or concepts. Damp. Slightly wet. Debit. An entry in an account recording as a mode. Demolition. The action of demolishing something. Detailing. Small decorative features own a building, garment, or work of art. Differentiate. Recognize or identify as different, distinguish. Dim, not bright or well lit. Donkey. One, a domesticated mammal of the horse family with long ears and a braying call. Downstream. An adjective situated or moving in the direction in which a stream or river flows. Empirical. Based on observation or experience rather than theory or logic. Faulty. Not working or made correctly. Fertile. Of soil or land, producing or capable of producing abundant vegetation or crops. Feud. a prolonged and bitter dispute. Filmmaker, a person who directs or produces movies. Furnace, an enclosed chamber in which material can be heated to very high temperatures. Fuse, join or blend to form a single entity. Fuss, a display of unnecessary or excessive excitement or activity. Gale, a very strong wind. Gamer, a participant in a computer or role-playing game. Generosity, the quality of being kind and generous. Gluten, a substance containing a number of proteins that is found in wheat and other cereal grains. Gorilla, a powerfully built great ape of Central Africa, the largest living primate. Heavyweight, a weight in boxing and other sports, typically the heaviest category. Humane, kind or considerate toward people or animals. Lawful, following, permitted by, or recognized by the law or a set of rules. Lotus, a kind of large water lily. Mantle, one a woman's loose sleeveless cloak or shawl. Mascot, a person, animal, or object that is identified with a person, group, team, etc., and supposed to bring good luck. Meth, informal for short for crystal meth. Midfield, chiefly in soccer, the central part of the field. Militant, prepared to take aggressive action in support of a political or social cause. Nostalgia, wistful longing or affection for a happier or better time in the past. Ottoman, historical one relating to the Turkish dynasty of Osman I, founded in about 1300. Ottoman, a low upholstered seat without a back or arms that can also be used as a box or chest, the seat being hinged to form alid. Paddy, also paddy field, a field where rice is grown. Paperback, a book bound in stiff paper or flexible cardboard. Pavilion, a summer house or other decorative shelter in a park or large garden. Peasant, a poor farmer or farm laborer of low social status. Pointer, a long, thin piece of metal on a scale or dial that moves to give a reading. Presume, suppose that something is probably the case. Rapist, a man who commits rape. Rec, informal recreation. Rectangular, shaped like a rectangle. Restructuring, a reorganization of a company with a view to achieving greater efficiency and profit. Sabotage, deliberately destroy, damage, or hinder. Sarcasm, a way of using words that say the opposite of what one means, in order to mock someone. Shaving, a thin strip cut off a surface. Shut down, an act of closing a factory or of turning off a machine. Sick, written exactly as it stands in the original. Tally, tallies, for a current score or amount. Thriving, flourishing and successful. undefeated, not defeated. Unfamiliar, not known or recognized, uncharacteristic. Vale, literary, except in place names, a valley. Vile, very unpleasant. Wedge, a piece of wood, metal, etc., with a thick end that tapers to a thin edge, that is driven between two objects or parts of an object to secure or separate them. Wrecked, informal one exhausted. Addictive, of a substance or activity, causing someone to become addicted to it. Affinity, affinities, one a natural liking or sympathy for someone or something. Alloy, a mixture of two or more metals. Apartheid, the official system of segregation or discrimination on racial grounds formerly in force in South Africa. Arthritis, painful inflammation and stiffness of the joints. Bale, a large wrapped or bound bundle of paper, hay, or cotton. Bale, Brit. Beaver, a large rodent with a broad tail and strong teeth that lives partly in water. Casualty, a person killed or injured in a war or accident. Cavity, a hollow space within a solid object. Chap Brit, chap, of the skin, crack and become sore through exposure to cold weather. Comforting, giving comfort. Courthouse, a building in which a court of law meets. Crank, an eccentric or obsessive person. Crank, turn a crankshaft or handle to start an internal combustion engine. Darn, mend knitted material by interweaving yarn across it. Disgust, revulsion or strong disapproval. Dissolution, the formal closing down or ending of an official body or agreement. Disturbance, the interruption or disruption of a settled or normal condition. Daydream, loaf, idle, brood, morale moonshine /m6 on shin /pn. Enclosure, an area that is enclosed by a fence, wall, or other barrier. Evangelical, relating to a tradition within Protestant Christianity emphasizing the authority of the Bible and salvation through personal faith in Jesus. Exquisite, very beautiful and delicate. Factual, based on or concerned with fact or facts. Famine, a severe shortage of food. Fraudulent, done by or involving fraud. Freeway, an express highway, especially one with controlled access. Gazette, a journal or newspaper, especially the official journal of an organization. Geek, infernal for a person who is unfashionable or awkward in the company of other people. Handicap, 41 a condition that restricts a person's ability to function physically, mentally, or socially. Homage, honor or respect shown publicly to someone. Homo, same. Hostility, hostile behavior. Hymn. A religious song of praise, especially a Christian song in praise of God. Hypothetical. Based on an assumption or imagined situation rather than fact. Informative. Providing useful information. Interrupt. Stop the continuous progress of something. Invade. Of an armed force, enter a country so as to conquer or occupy it. Jasmine. A shrub or climbing plant with sweet-smelling white, pink, or yellow flowers. Knockout. An act of making someone unconscious. Lantern. A lamp enclosed in a metal frame with glass panels. Linen. Cloth woven from flax. Lookout. A place from which to keep watch. Moonlight. The light of the moon. Moose. A large northern deer with broad antlers and a growth of skin hanging from the neck. Mosquito. A small fly, some kinds of which transmit diseases through the bite of the female. Motel. A roadside hotel for motorists. Noun. A word, other than a pronoun, that refers to a person, place, or thing. Novelist. A person who writes novels. Overthrow. Forcibly remove someone from power. Paradigm. A typical example, pattern, or model of something. Pavement. The hard surface of a road or street. Payday. A day on which someone is paid their wages. Perpetual. Never-ending or changing. Physiology. The branch of biology concerned with the normal functions of living organisms and their parts. Pigeon. A fat bird with a small head and a cooing voice. Plateau. Plateaus/TDZ/ or plateaus, for an area of fairly level high ground. Playlist. A list of songs or pieces of music chosen to be broadcast on a radio station. Precinct. One of the districts into which a city or town is divided for elections or policing purposes. Premiership. The office or position of a prime minister or other head of government. Pseudo. Informal, not genuine, fake, pretentious, or insincere. Refrigerator. An appliance or compartment in which food and drink is stored at a low temperature. Regina. A reigning queen, used following a name. Remembrance. The action of remembering. Reminiscent. Tending to remind one of someone or something similar. Resentment. Bitterness or anger at unfair treatment. Resin. A sticky substance produced by some trees. Rotary. Revolving around a center or axis. Rotary. A worldwide charitable society of business and professional people organized into local Rotary clubs. Rusty. Affected by rust. Scarce. Of a resource, only available in small quantities that do not meet a demand. Sibling. a brother or sister. Simulator. A machine that imitates the controls and conditions of a real vehicle, process, etc., used for training or testing. Slippery. Difficult to hold firmly or stand on through being smooth, wet, or slimy. Soak. Make or become thoroughly wet by leaving or remaining in liquid. Sock. A knitted garment for the foot and lower part of the leg. Spectacle. A visually impressive performance or display. Stint. Be very economical or stingy about spending or providing something. Story. Brit. Suicidal. Deeply unhappy or depressed and likely to commit suicide. Symposium. A conference to discuss a particular academic or specialist subject. Tailor. A person whose occupation is making men's clothing for individual customers. Thrilling. Causing excitement and pleasure. Trajectory. The path followed by a moving object under the action of given forces. Underrated. Rated less highly than is deserved. Unidentified. Not recognized or identified. Unrest. A state of rebellious dissatisfaction in a group of people. Unseen. Not seen or noticed. Utmost. Most extreme, greatest. Weary. Feeling or showing tiredness. Wiki. A website that allows its users to edit its content and structure. Accusation. A claim that someone has done something illegal or wrong. Adjustable. Able to be adjusted. Agony. Great pain or distress. Allergy. A medical condition in which the body reacts badly when it comes into contact with a particular substance. Armenian. A person from Armenia. Astronaut. A person trained to travel in a spacecraft. Attain. Succeed in achieving something. Obesity and its attendant health problems. Attendant. A person employed to. Backstage. And adjective behind the stage in a theater. Benchmark. A standard against which things may be compared. Bloc. A group of countries or political parties who have formed an alliance. Bouncing. Lively and healthy. Bourbon. An American whiskey distilled from corn and rye. Breaker. A heavy sea wave that breaks on the shore. Breathtaking. Astonishing or awe-inspiring. Calculus. PL. Careless. Not giving sufficient attention or thought to avoiding harm or mistakes. Caste. Each of the hereditary classes of Hindu society. Cellar. A storage space or room below ground level in a building. Cerebral. Relating to the cerebrum of the brain. Chant. A repeated rhythmic phrase that is shouted or sung together by a group. Cheerful. Noticeably happy and optimistic. Cinematic. Relating to the movies, or like a movie. Climax. The most intense, exciting, or important point of something. Cockpit. A compartment for the pilot and crew in an aircraft or spacecraft. Colon. A punctuation mark. Communion. The sharing of intimate thoughts and feelings. Condom. A thin rubber sheath worn on the penis during sex as a contraceptive or to protect against infection. Consul. A government official living in a foreign city and protecting the government's citizens and interests there. Crimson. A rich deep red color. Curly. Having curls. Degradation. The state of being degraded or humiliated. Dexter. Heraldry on or toward the bearer's right-hand side of a coat of arms. Duh. Informal used to comment on an action perceived as foolish or stupid. Emerald. A bright green precious stone that is a variety of beryl. Equilibrium. A state in which opposing forces or influences are balanced. Evidently. Plainly or obviously. Famed. Famous, well known. Fetus. Fetuses, an unborn mammal, in particular an unborn human more than 8 weeks after conception. Flaw. A mark or flaw that spoils something. Flawless. Without any imperfections or defects. Grad. Informal term for graduate. Granddaughter. A daughter of one's son or daughter. Gymnastics. Exercises involving physical agility, flexibility, and coordination. Hale. Strong and healthy. Hale. Old use hall. Hereby. Formal as a result of this. Humorous. Causing amusement. Indoors. Into or within a building. Intercourse. Communication or dealings between people. Isolate. Place someone or something apart or alone. Mailing. An item of advertising mailed to a large number of people. Mare. The female of a horse or related animal. Meadow. An area of grassland, especially one used for hay. Motivate. Give someone a motive for doing something. Mound. A raised rounded mass of earth or other material. Mystic. A person who devotes their time to prayer and meditation in order to become closer to God and to reach truths beyond human understanding. Nominal. Existing in name but not in reality. Ordinance. Formal one, an official order. Poke. Prod someone or something with a finger or a sharp object. Presbyterian. Relating to a Protestant church or branch governed by elders, all of equal rank. Prick. Make a small hole in something with a sharp point. Prolific. producing much fruit or foliage or many offspring. Proportional. Corresponding in size or amount to something else. Prosperous. Rich and successful. Quarry. An animal being hunted. Referral. The action of referring someone or something to a specialist or higher authority. Respecting. With reference to. Restless. Unable to rest or relax as a result of anxiety or boredom. Rugged. Having a rocky and uneven surface. Sap. Historical, a tunnel or trench dug to conceal the approach of an attacker to a fortified place. Sarcastic. Using words that say the opposite of what one means, in order to mock someone. Scholarly. Relating to serious academic study. Segregation. The action of segregating or the state of being segregated. Sinister. Giving the impression that something harmful or evil will happen or is happening. Strait. Also straits, a narrow passage of water connecting two seas or other large areas of water. Testosterone. A steroid hormone that stimulates the development of male secondary sexual characteristics. Viking. A member of the Scandinavian seafaring people who raided and settled in parts of Britain and elsewhere in NW Europe between the 8th and 21th centuries. Weaver. A person who weaves fabric. Weber. The SI unit of magnetic flux, sufficient to cause an electromotive force of 1 volt in a circuit of 1 turn when generated or removed in 1 second. Yankee. Informal for often derogatory in American. Yarn. Spun. Abide. Abide by, accept or obey a rule or decision. Accumulation. The gradual gathering of something. Admiration. Respect and warm approval. Attacker. A person that attacks someone, provide a service to the public. Authoritarian. Demanding strict obedience to authority and rules. Avail. Avail oneself of, formal use or take advantage of. Banquet. An elaborate and formal meal for many people. Barker. Informal, a person at a fair who calls out to passers-by to persuade them to visit a sideshow. Behaved. Acting in a specified way. Booty. Informal, a person's buttocks. Bravery. Courageous behavior or character. Brit. Informal, a British person. Browse. Look at goods or text in a leisurely way. Buff. A yellowish beige color. Calorie. Also large calorie, a unit of energy equal to the energy needed to raise the temperature of 1 kilogram of water through 1 degree Celsius, 4.1868 kilojoules. Chamberlain. Historical, an officer who managed the household of a monarch or noble. Claw. A curved pointed nail on each digit of the foot in birds, lizards, and some mammals. Coloring. The process or art of applying color. Commence. Start or be started, begin. Conditional. Subject to one or more conditions or requirements being fulfilled, depending on other factors. Congratulate. Express good wishes or praise at the happiness or success of someone. Cortex. The outer layer of a bodily organ or structure, especially the outer, folded layer of the brain, cerebral cortex. Courageous. Not deterred by danger or pain, brave. Crusade. Any of a series of medieval military expeditions made by Europeans to recover the Holy Land from the Muslims. Cynical. Believing that people always act from selfish motives. Disrupt. Interrupt the normal operation of an activity or process. Duplicate. Exactly like something else. Dynamite. A high explosive made of nitroglycerin. Economical. Giving good value or return in relation to the resources used or money spent. Elastic. Able to return to normal size or shape after being stretched or squeezed. Exposition. A detailed description and explanation of a theory. Fetish. An object worshipped for its supposed magical powers. Fluffy. Resembling or covered with fluff. Fundraiser. A person who raises money for an organization or cause. Gaga. Informal rambling in speech or thought, especially as a result of old age. Garment. An item of clothing. Geometric. Relating to geometry. Gracious. Polite, kind, and pleasant. Grin. Smile broadly. Heap. A pile of a substance or of a number of objects. Hum. Make a low continuous sound like that of a bee. Humility. The quality of having a modest view of one's importance. Inventor. A person who creates or designs a new device or process. Jasper. An opaque reddish-brown variety of quartz. Kurdish. The Iranian language of the Kurds. Leopard. A large solitary cat with a black spotted fawn or brown coat, found in the forests of Africa and southern Asia. Librarian. A person in charge of or assisting in a library. Lumber. Partly prepared timber. Lumber. Move in a slow, heavy, awkward way. Madam. A polite form of address for a woman. Marital. Relating to marriage or the relations between husband and wife. Ms. Added to verbs and their derivatives, wrongly, badly, or unsuitably. Multitude. A large number of people or things. Muse. Muse, in Greek and Roman mythology, each of 9 goddesses who encouraged the arts and sciences. Muse. Be absorbed in thought. Nanny. A woman employed to look after a child in its own home. Nucleus. The central and most important part of an object or group. Orbital. Relating to an orbit or orbits. Organism. An individual animal, plant, or other life form. Outgoing. Friendly and competent. Overhaul. Examine and repair equipment or machinery. Pa. An anise-flavored aperitif. Piles. Hemorrhoids. Poppy. A plant with showy red, pink, or orange flowers and large seed capsules, including species that produce drugs such as opium and codeine. Readiness. Willingness to do something. Redundant. Not or no longer needed or useful. Resemblance. The fact of looking like or being similar to someone or something. Rib. Each of a series of thin bones attached in pairs to the spine and curving around to protect the chest and its organs. Sermon. A talk on a religious or moral subject, especially one given during a church service. Slender. Thin in a graceful and attractive way. Sloppy. Careless and disorganized. Spec. Informal in the hope of success but without any specific preparation or plan. Sponge. An invertebrate sea creature with a soft porous body. Sucker. A rubber cup that sticks to a surface by suction. Superiority. The state of being superior. Surreal. Having ideas or images mixed together in a strange way, like a dream. Tease. Make fun of someone in a playful way or in order to annoy or embarrass them. Titanic. Very strong, large, or powerful. Transmitter. A device used to produce and transmit electromagnetic waves carrying messages or signals, especially those of radio or television. Typhoon. A tropical storm with very high winds. Unreal. Imaginary or not seeming real. Vibration. An instance or the state of vibrating. Wartime. A period during which a war is taking place. Wicket. A small door or gate, especially one beside or in a larger one. Adolescent. In the process of developing from a child into an adult. Airing. 14 An act of exposing laundry or a place to warm or fresh air. Announcer. A person who announces something, especially someone who introduces or gives information about programs on radio or television. Backdrop. A painted cloth hung at the back of a theater stage as part of the scenery. Beau. Dated one a boyfriend or male admirer. Blackout. A period when all lights must be turned off during an enemy air raid. Bluff. Frank and direct but in a good-natured way. Bluff. A steep bank or slope. Bollywood. The Indian movie industry, based in Bombay, now Mumbai. Cartel. An association of manufacturers or suppliers formed to keep prices high and restrict competition. Catastrophic. Involving or causing sudden great damage or suffering. Caucus. A meeting of a policy-making committee of a political party. Charcoal. A black form of carbon obtained when wood is heated in the absence of air. Cheesy. Like cheese in taste, smell, or consistency. Citrus. A fruit of a group that includes the lemon, lime, orange, and grapefruit. Clad. Clothed. Columnist. A journalist who writes a column in a newspaper or magazine. Competence. The ability to do something well. Constituent. Being a part of a whole. Contagious. Of a disease, spread by direct or indirect contact between people or organisms. Courtroom. The room or building in which a court of law meets. Cushion. A bag of cloth stuffed with soft material, used as a comfortable support for sitting or leaning on. Cyclist. A person who rides a bicycle. Dorm. Informal, a dormitory. Drip. Fall or let fall in small drops of liquid. Duct. A tube or passageway in a building or machine for air, cables, etc. Eccentric. Unconventional and slightly strange. Electro. A style of dance music with a fast beat and synthesized backing track. Electromagnetic. Relating to the interrelation of electric currents or fields and magnetic fields. Emblem. A heraldic design or symbol as a distinctive badge of a nation, organization, or family. Fascism. A right-wing system of government characterized by extreme nationalistic beliefs and strict obedience to a leader or the state. Fearful. Showing or causing fear. Festive. Relating to a festival. Foreman. A worker who supervises other workers. Glacier. A slowly moving mass of ice formed by the accumulation of snow on mountains or near the poles. Improper. Not following accepted standards of behavior. Influx. The arrival or entry of large numbers of people or things. Installment. Each of several payments made over a period of time. Judaism. The religion of the Jews, based on the Old Testament and the Talmud. Kernel. The softer part of a nut, seed, or fruit stone contained within its hard shell. Liaison. Communication or cooperation between people or organizations. Miner. A person who works in a mine. Mosaic. Relating to or associated with the biblical prophet Moses. Mosaic. A picture or pattern produced by arranging together small pieces of stone, tile, or glass of different colors. Mustang. A small wild horse of the southwestern U.S. Ent. Not, used with auxiliary verbs, e.g., can't. Needy. Lacking the necessities of life, very poor. Optics. The branch of science concerned with vision and the behavior of light. Orphan. A child whose parents are dead. Patty. 1. A small flat cake of minced food, especially meat. Pineapple. A large tropical fruit with juicy yellow flesh surrounded by a tough skin and topped with a tuft of leaves. Potassium. A soft silvery white reactive metallic element. Priceless. Very valuable or precious. Prostitute. A person who has sex with people for money. Reflective. Providing or produced by reflection. Rotate. Move in a circle around a central point or axis. Sans. Literary without. Saxon. A member of a Germanic people that conquered and settled in much of southern England in the 6th centuries. Scissors. A tool for cutting cloth and paper, consisting of 2 crossing blades pivoted in the middle. Seaside. A beach area or vacation resort. Semitic. A family of languages that includes Hebrew, Arabic, and Aramaic. Shampoo. A liquid soap for washing the hair. Similarity. The state or fact of being similar. Tang. A strong taste, flavor, or smell. Tango. Tangos, a Latin American ballroom dance characterized by marked rhythms and postures and abrupt pauses. Tolerant. Able to accept things that one dislikes or disagrees with. Trumpet. A brass musical instrument with a flared end. Tuberculosis. An infectious disease transmitted by a bacterium, in which tubercles, small swellings, appear in the tissues, especially the lungs. Willingly. Of one's own free will. Youthful. Young or seeming young. Adhere. Stick firmly to something. Affirmative. Agreeing with a statement or to a request. Ambiguous. Of language, having more than one possible meaning. Arse. British form of ass? Autopsy. An examination of a dead body to discover the cause of death. Baltic. Relating to the Baltic Sea or the countries on its eastern shores. Blitz. An intensive or sudden military attack. Blockade. An act of sealing off a place to prevent goods or people from entering or leaving. Brushed. Of fabric, having a soft raised nap. Calculating. Shrewdly planning things so as to benefit oneself. Cartridge. A container holding a spool of film, a quantity of ink, or other item or substance, to be inserted into a mechanism. Cashier. A person whose job is to pay out and receive money in a store, bank, or business. Cashier. Dismiss someone from the armed forces because of a serious wrongdoing. Cigar. A cylinder of tobacco rolled in tobacco leaves for smoking. Circa. Approximately. Cloak. An outer garment that hangs loosely from the shoulders over the arms to the knees or ankles. Cologne. Eau de cologne or other scented toilet water. Colombian. A person from Colombia. Colt. A young uncastrated male horse. Combustion. The process of burning. Comprehension. The ability to understand something. Concession. A thing given up or allowed to settle a dispute. Crescent. The form of the waxing or waning moon, seen as a narrow curved shape tapering to a point at each end. Defective. Imperfect or faulty. Deserving. Worthy of favorable treatment or assistance. Discourage. Cause someone to lose confidence or enthusiasm. Disposable. Of an article, intended to be used once and then thrown away. Dungeon. A strong underground prison cell, especially in a castle. Dwell. Formal live-in or at a place. Fiery. Resembling or consisting of a fire. Flipping. Brit. Flux. Continuous change. Goofy. Informal for foolish, harmlessly eccentric. Handwriting. Writing with a pen or pencil rather than by typing or printing. Heartbreaking. Causing overwhelming distress. Hector. Talk to someone in a bullying way. Hog. One a castrated male pig reared. For slaughter. Immensely. To a great extent, extremely. Indicative. Acting as a sign. Inexpensive. Not costing a great cent deal, cheap. Intercept. Stop a person, vehicle, or communication so as to prevent them from continuing to a destination. Intuitive. Based on what one feels to be true, instinctive. Invent. Create or design a new device or process. Jamaican. A person from Jamaica. Jockey. A professional rider in horse races. Jolly. Happy and cheerful. Kenyan. A person from Kenya. Latitude. The angular distance of a place north or south of the equator. Leah. Literary and open area of grassy land. Libertarian. A person who believes that the government should intervene only minimally in the lives of its citizens. Majestic. Impressively grand or beautiful. Mastery. Complete knowledge or command of a subject or skill. McCoy. Informal the real thing. Metropolis. The main city of a country or region. Mummy. Informal, chiefly Brit. Nominate. Put someone forward as a candidate for a job or award. Offend. Make someone feel upset, resentful, or annoyed. OO. Short for of, used to represent an informal pronunciation. Orchard. A piece of enclosed land planted with fruit trees. Organizer. A person who organizes. Overdose. An excessive and dangerous dose of a drug. Parameter. A limit or boundary that dictates the scope of a particular process or activity. Pathology. The branch of medicine concerned with the causes and effects of diseases. Piercing. Of a voice or sound, extremely high, loud, or shrill. Poisonous. Of an animal, producing poison. Procession. A number of people or vehicles moving forward in an orderly way. Purge. Rid of unwanted or undesirable things. Rhino. Informal, a rhinoceros. Riches. Material wealth. Rosemary. An evergreen shrub of southern Europe, the leaves of which are used as an herb in cooking. Sandstone. Red, yellow, or brown rock consisting of sand or quartz grains cemented together. Sanitation. Arrangements to protect public health, especially the provision of clean drinking water and the disposal of sewage. Satisfactory. Acceptable, but not outstanding or perfect. Scooter. Also motor scooter, a light two-wheeled motorcycle. Secrecy. The action of keeping something secret or the state of being kept secret. Shameful. Causing or worthy of shame or disgrace. Sweetie. Informal, used as a term of affection. Tor. A steep hill or rocky peak. Traveler. A person who is traveling or who often travels. Unauthorized. Not having official permission or approval. Undo. Unfasten or loosen. Unnamed. Not named. Venom. Poisonous fluid produced by animals such as snakes and scorpions and typically injected by biting or stinging. Victorious. Having won a victory. Wary. Often wary of, cautious about possible dangers or problems. Windy. Marked by or exposed to strong winds. Winger. An attacking player on the wing in soccer, hockey, etc. Abdomen. The part of the body that contains the stomach, intestines, and reproductive organs. Aha. Used to express satisfaction, triumph, or surprise. Antarctic. Relating to the region surrounding the South Pole. Aquarium. A water-filled glass tank for keeping fish and other water creatures and plants. Asteroid. A small rocky planet orbiting the Sun. Batter. A mixture of flour, egg, and milk or water, used for making pancakes or coating food before frying. Batter. Hit someone or something hard, deep armhole and a tight cuff. Bedtime. The usual time when someone goes to bed. Belongings. A person's movable possessions. Blush. Become red in the face through shyness or embarrassment. Booster. A source of help or encouragement. Bun. A bread roll of various shapes and flavorings. Calculator. Something used for making mathematical calculations, in particular a small electronic device. Captivity. The condition of being imprisoned or confined. Catastrophe. An event causing great damage or suffering. Chemotherapy. The treatment of disease, especially cancer, by the use of chemical substances. Commute. Travel some distance between one's home and place of work on a regular basis. Complementary. Combining so as to form a whole or to improve each other. Concussion. Temporary unconsciousness or confusion caused by a blow on the head. Connectivity. The state or extent of being connected. Consulate. The place where a consul works. Contend. Contend with / against, struggle to deal with a difficulty. Convict. Declare someone to be guilty of a criminal offense by the verdict of a jury or the decision of a judge in a court of law. Craving. A powerful desire for something. Culinary. Of or for cooking. DIN. Any of a series of international technical standards, used especially for electrical connections and film speeds. Discrete. Separate and distinct. Dissent. Express disagreement with an official or widely held view. Disturb. Interfere with the normal arrangement or functioning of something. Eminent. Respected, distinguished. Endeavor. Try hard to do or achieve something. Erica. A plant of a large genus including the heaths. Fencing. The sport of fighting with blunted swords in order to score points. Fleming. A Flemish person. Flop. Hang or swing loosely. Follower. A supporter, fan, or disciple. Fraternity. One a male student society in a college or university. Furry. Covered with or like fur. Glitter. Shine with a bright, shimmering reflected light. Graveyard. A burial ground, especially one beside a church. Hardship. Severe suffering or difficulty. Hen. A female bird, especially of a domestic fowl. Implication. The conclusion that can be drawn from something although it is not stated directly. Induce. Persuade or influence someone to do something. Insecurity. The state of feeling insecure. Irrational. Not logical or reasonable. Lettuce. A cultivated plant with edible leaves that are eaten in salads. Lithium. A light, soft, silver-white metallic chemical element. Lucrative. Producing a great deal of profit, profitable. Mango. An oval tropical fruit with yellow flesh. Milo. A drought-resistant variety of sorghum, an important cereal in the central U.S. Mister. Variant form of Mr. Moderately. To a certain extent. Multimedia. Using more than one medium of expression or communication. Multinational. Involving several countries or nationalities. Oasis. A fertile place in a desert where water rises to ground level. Ouch. Used to express pain. Outskirts. The outer parts of a town or city. Pagan. A person who holds religious beliefs other than those of the main world religions. Playboy. A wealthy man who spends his time enjoying himself. Porcelain. A type of fine translucent china. Promoter. The organizer of a sporting event or theatrical production. Psalm. A religious song or hymn, in particular any of those contained in the Book of Psalms in the Bible. Psychiatry. The branch of medicine concerned with the study and treatment of mental disorders. Pursuant. Formal in accordance with a law or legal resolution. Repetitive. Repeated many times or too much. Reversal. A change to an opposite direction, position, or course of action. Rhyme. A word that has the same sound or ends with the same sound as another. Rue. An evergreen shrub with bitter strong scented leaves that are used in herbal medicine. Scanner. A machine that examines the body through the use of radiation, ultrasound, etc., used to aid diagnosis. Schizophrenia. A long-term mental disorder whose symptoms include a disintegration in the process of thinking and withdrawal from reality into fantasy. Sheila. Austral/NZ informal, a girl or woman. Spree. A spell of unrestrained activity. Subsidy. A sum of money given to an industry or business from public funds to help keep the price of a product or service down. Sup. Dated eat supper. Superficial. Existing or happening at or on the surface. Sweaty. Soaked in or causing sweat. Tailored. Smart, fitted, and well cut. Tame. Of an animal, not dangerous or frightened of people. Tanner. A person employed to tan animal hides. Thinner. A solvent used to thin paint or other solutions. Topping. A layer of food poured or spread over another food. Tracing. A copy of a drawing, map, etc., made by tracing. Upstream. And adjective situated or moving in the direction opposite to that in which a stream or river flows. Vapor. Moisture suspended in the air. Veronica. A plant with narrow pointed leaves and blue or purple flowers. Vow. A solemn promise. Walnut. An edible wrinkled nut with a hard round shell. Waterfront. A part of a town or city alongside a body of water. Witty. Showing or having the ability to say clever and amusing things. Acquaintance. A person one knows slightly. Ambush. A surprise attack made by people lying in wait in a concealed position. Amend. Make small changes or improvements to a document, proposal, etc. Baptism. The Christian rite of sprinkling a person with water or dipping them in it, as a sign that they have been cleansed of sin and have entered the church. Bloke. Brit. Blonde. Of hair, fair or pale yellow. Blur. Make or become unclear or less distinct. Boogie. PL. Bowel. The intestine. Brow. A person's forehead. Bureaucracy. A system of government in which most decisions are made by bureaus and officials rather than by elected representatives. Cabbage. A vegetable with thick green or purple leaves surrounding a heart or head of young leaves. Canton. A political or administrative subdivision of a country, especially in Switzerland. Cater. Provide food and drink at a social event. Chimney. A vertical channel or pipe that takes smoke and gases up from a fire or furnace. Cloudy. Covered with clouds, having many clouds. Compassionate. Feeling or showing sympathy and concern for others. Comrade. Among men, a colleague or a fellow member of an organization. Convertible. Able to be changed in form, character, or function. Crater. A large hollow forming the mouth of a volcano. Cumulative. Increasing or increased in amount, strength, or effect by successive additions. Curator. A keeper of a museum or other collection. Deity. A god or goddess. Desperation. A state of despair, especially as resulting in extreme behavior. Detrimental. Causing harm or damage. Diarrhea. A condition in which a person has frequent liquid bowel movements. Doctoral. Relating to a doctorate. Entitlement. The fact of having a right to something. Faux. Made in imitation, artificial. Fearless. Without fear, brave. Finch. A songbird of a large group including the canary and goldfinch, most of which have short stubby bills. Fragment. A small part broken off or detached. Gangster. A member of an organized gang of violent criminals. Garner. Gather or collect. Giveaway. Informal one, something that reveals the truth about something. Heater. A device for warming something. Humiliation. The state of being humiliated. Icy, peaceful or pacifying. Impatient. Lacking patience or tolerance. Indy. A form of auto racing in which specially constructed cars are driven around a banked, regular, typically oval circuit, which allows for exceptionally high speeds. Intricate. Very complicated or detailed. Karate. An oriental system of unarmed combat using the hands and feet to deliver and block blows. Kite. A toy consisting of a light frame with thin material stretched over it, flown in the wind at the end of a long string. Lighthouse. A tower or other structure containing a light to warn ships at sea. Longevity. Long life. Lore. A body of traditions and knowledge relating to a particular subject. Lush. Of vegetation, growing thickly. Lush. Informal, a drunkard. Luxurious. Very elegant, comfortable, and expensive. Mal. Bad, badly. Mash. Crush or beat something to a soft mass. Meltdown. A disastrous collapse. Messiah. The Messiah, the person sent by God to save the Jewish people, as prophesied in the Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament. Meteor. A small body of matter from outer space that glows as a result of friction with the Earth's atmosphere and appears as a shooting star. Ministerial. Relating to a minister or ministers. Monty. Brit. Mystical. Relating to mystics or mysticism. Obstruction. An obstacle or blockage. Odyssey. A long, eventful journey. Om Hinduism and Tibetan Buddhism, a mystic syllable, considered the most sacred mantra. Oneself. Reflexive, used as the object of a verb or preposition when this is the same as the subject of the clause and the subject is one. Outsider. A person who does not belong to a particular group. Penetrate. Go into or through something, especially with force or effort. Plaintiff. A person who brings a case against another in a court of law. Plum. A soft oval fruit with purple, reddish, or yellow skin, containing a flattish pit. Plural. More than one in number. Portrayal. A depiction or representation of something. Prevail. Be widespread or current. Prevailing. Most common or frequent. Puff. A small amount of air or smoke blown from somewhere. Pun. A joke playing on the different meanings of a word or exploiting the fact that there are words of the same sound and different meanings. Rag. A piece of old cloth. Raj. Historical, the period of British rule in India. Rampant. Flourishing or spreading in an uncontrolled way. Replicate. Make an exact copy of something. Retaliation. An act of retaliating. Rooftop. The outer surface of a building's roof. Safeguard. A measure taken to protect or prevent something. Sedan. An enclosed chair carried between two horizontal poles, used especially in the 17th and 18th centuries. Sewage. Wastewater and excrement that is carried away in sewers. Sitcom. A television or radio series in which the same set of characters are involved in amusing situations. Slang. Very informal words and phrases that are more common in speech than in writing and are used by a particular group of people. Spirited. Full of energy, enthusiasm, and determination. Spoiler. A part fitted to a car in order to improve road holding at high speeds. Suitcase. A case with a handle and a hinged lid, used for carrying clothes and other personal possessions. Summon. Instruct someone to be present. Tavern. A bar, especially one that sells food. Telegram. A message sent by telegraph and delivered in written or printed form. Titanium. A hard silver-gray metal used in strong corrosion-resistant alloys. Tuck. Push, fold, or turn under or between two surfaces. Turbulence. Violent or unsteady movement of air or water, or of another fluid. Ulster. A long, loose overcoat made of rough cloth, worn by men. Uneven. Not level or smooth. Wear. Wares, articles offered for sale. Waterproof. Preventing water from passing through. Wording. The way in which something is expressed in words. Academia. The world of teaching and research conducted at universities and colleges or the people involved in it. Administer. Manage or put into effect. Aforementioned. Previously mentioned. Apache. A member of an American Indian people living chiefly in New Mexico and Arizona. Articulate. Able to speak fluently and clearly. Asbestos. A fibrous silicate mineral used in fire-resistant and insulating materials. Boutique. A small store selling fashionable clothes. Buffet. A meal consisting of several dishes from which guests serve themselves. Buffet. Especially of wind or waves, strike or push someone or something repeatedly and violently. Burner. A part of a stove, lamp, etc., that gives out a flame. Cane. Informal, create trouble or a commotion. Catcher. Baseball, a fielder position behind home plate to catch pitches not hit by the batter and to execute other defensive plays. Clap. Informal, a sexually transmitted disease, especially gonorrhea. Clap. Strike the palms of one's hands together repeatedly, especially to applaud. Consolation. Comfort received after a loss or disappointment. Covert. Not done openly, secret. Cringe. Shrink back or cower in fear or in a submissive way. Dagger. A short pointed knife, used as a weapon. Descriptive. Describing someone or something, giving a description. Dialect. A form of a language that is used in a specific region or by a specific social group. Dolly. A child's word for a doll. Downfall. A loss of power, wealth, or status. Downside. The negative aspect of something. Dunk. Dip food into a drink or soup before eating it. Ethic. A set of moral principles or rules of behavior. Expire. Of a document or agreement, come to the end of its period of validity. Fireplace. A partially enclosed space at the base of a chimney for a domestic fire. Flair. A natural ability or talent. Fugitive. A person who has escaped from captivity or is in hiding. Ha. Another spelling of HA? Haunt. Of a ghost, appear regularly in a place. Hazel. A shrub or small tree bearing catkins in spring and edible nuts in autumn. Headset. A set of headphones with a microphone attached. Homecoming. An instance of returning home. Icy. Covered with or consisting of ice. Indulge. Indulge in, allow oneself to enjoy the pleasure of something. Inmate. A person living in an institution such as a prison or hospital. Inscription. Words or symbols inscribed on a monument, in a book, etc. Interpreter. A person who interprets foreign speech aloud as it is spoken. Intuition. The ability to understand or know something immediately, without conscious reasoning. Invaluable. Very useful. Kaiser. Historical. The German emperor, the Emperor of Austria, or the head of the Holy Roman Empire. Kettle. A metal or plastic container with a lid, spout, and handle, used for boiling water. Lax. Not strict, severe, or careful enough. Lest. Formal one to avoid the risk of. Menace. A dangerous or harmful person or thing. Methane. A colorless, odorless flammable gas that is the main constituent of natural gas. Ming. Made during the Ming Dynasty, 1368 to 1644, having vivid colors and elaborate designs. Mitigate. Make something bad less severe or serious. Nausea. A feeling of sickness and being about to vomit. Oyster. A shellfish with two hinged oval shells, several kinds of which are farmed for food or pearls. Pastoral. Relating to or portraying country life. Pea. A round green seed eaten as a vegetable. Poo. And noun variant spelling of poo. Poultry. Chickens, turkeys, ducks, and geese. Prominence. The state of being important, famous, or noticeable. Prosecute. Take legal action against someone or with respect to an offense. Quartet. A group of 4 people playing music or singing together. Reactive. Showing a response to a stimulus. Reboot. Boot a computer system again. Restrictive. Limiting or controlling freedom of action or movement. Runaway. A person who has run away from their home or an institution. Saturn. A planet of the solar system, sixth in order from the Sun and circled by broad flat rings. Sawyer. A person who saws timber. Screenplay. The script of a movie, including acting instructions and scene directions. Sect. A group of people with different religious beliefs from those of a larger group to which they belong. Seismic. Relating to earthquakes or other vibrations of the earth and its crust. Seminary. A college that prepares students to be priests, ministers, or rabbis. Sideways. And ADJ. Sighted. Having the ability to see, not blind. Specs. Informal, a pair of spectacles. Stimulating. Encouraging or arousing interest or enthusiasm. Stroll. Walk in a leisurely way. Transcription. A written or printed version of something, a transcript. Unicorn. A mythical animal represented as a horse with a single straight horn unicycle projecting from its forehead. Unrealistic. Not having a sensible idea of what can be achieved or expected. Vase. A decorative container used as an ornament or for displaying cut flowers. Vat. A large container used to hold liquid. Vineyard. A plantation of grapevines, producing grapes used in winemaking. Viola. A plant of a genus that includes pansies and violets. Waterfall. A stream of water falling from a height, formed when a river or stream flows over a precipice or steep slope. Whereabouts. Where or approximately where. Yummy. Informal, very good to eat, delicious. Adobe. A kind of clay used to make sun-dried bricks. Almond. The oval edible nut-like seed, kernel, of the almond tree. Arabian. Relating to Arabia or its people. Asphalt. A dark tar-like substance used in surfacing roads or waterproofing buildings. Backbone. The spine. Beetle. An insect with the forewings modified into a hard case that covers the hind wings and abdomen. Blizzard. A severe snowstorm with high winds. Booklet. A small, thin book with paper covers. Brawl. A rough or noisy fight or quarrel. Burgess. Chiefly historical, a person with municipal authority or privileges, such as a member of the Assembly of Colonial Maryland or Virginia. Celestial. Belonging or relating to heaven. Conform. Obey or follow rules, standards, or conventions. Countess. The wife or widow of a count or earl. Customary. In accordance with custom, usual. Devote. Give time or resources to a person or activity. Dispose. Dispose of, get rid of something by throwing it away or by giving or selling it to someone. Distinctly. In a distinct way. Evacuate. Remove someone from a place of danger to a safer place. Flourish. Grow or develop in a healthy or vigorous way. Fragrance. A pleasant, sweet smell. Fungus. A spore-producing organism, such as a mushroom, that has no leaves or flowers and grows on other plants or on decaying matter. Gunfire. The repeated firing of a gun or guns. Havana. A cigar made in Cuba or from Cuban tobacco. Heroine. A woman admired for her courage or outstanding achievements. Hoax. A humorous or cruel trick. Insignificant. Having little or no importance or value. Insurer. A company that provides insurance. Lingerie. Women's underwear and nightclothes. Light. Relating to low-fat or low-sugar versions of food or drink products. Madden. Drive someone insane. Magician. A person with magic powers. Maneuver. A movement or series of moves needing skill and care. Marrow. A soft fatty substance in the cavities of bones, in which blood cells are produced. Marvelous. Wonderful, very good. Medicinal. Having healing properties. Mono. Of sound reproduction, using only one transmission channel. Numb. Of a part of the body, having no sensation. Overlook. Fail to notice. Pastry. A dough of flour, fat, and water, used as a base and covering in baked dishes such as pies. Pawn. A chess piece of the smallest size and value. Pawn. Place an object with a pawnbroker as security for money lent. Persist. Continue doing something in spite of difficulty or opposition. Planner. A person who controls or plans urban development. Plaster. A soft mixture of lime with sand or cement and water for spreading on walls and ceilings to form a smooth hard surface when dried. Playful. Fond of playing, full of fun. Pleading. Earnestly appealing. Quirky. Having peculiar or unexpected habits or qualities. Quota. A limited quantity of a product that may be produced, exported, or imported. Rationale. A set of reasons for a course of action or a belief. Reap. Cut or gather a crop or harvest. Rebound. Bounce back after hitting a hard surface. Recess. A small space set back in a wall or into a surface. Redeem. Make up for the faults or bad aspects of. Reformation. The action or process of reforming. Residue. A small amount of something that remains after the main part has gone or been taken or used. Robotics. The branch of technology concerned with the design, construction, and use of robots. Runoff. A further contest after a clear winner has not emerged in a previous one. Salsa. A type of Latin American dance music incorporating elements of jazz and rock. Semiconductor. A solid, e.g., silicon, whose capacity to conduct electricity is limited but increases with temperature. Sentimental. Connected with or caused by feelings of tenderness, sadness, or nostalgia. Serbian. The language of the Serbs. Simultaneous. Happening, operating, or done at the same time. Snatch. Grab something in a rude or eager way. Spooky. Informal, sinister, or ghostly. Stealth. Cautious and surreptitious action or movement. Strained. Tense, tired, or uneasy. Subset. A part of a larger group of related things. Suspense. A state or feeling of excited or anxious uncertainty about what may happen. Syntax. The arrangement of words and phrases to create well-formed sentences. Tad. A boy or young man. Tandem. A bicycle with seats and pedals for two riders, one behind the other. Tertiary. Third in order or level. Thyroid. A large gland in the neck that produces hormones regulating growth and development. Tidy. Arranged neatly and in order. Timeless. Not affected by the passage of time or changes in fashion. Unreliable. Not able to be relied on. Upbeat. Positive and cheerful or enthusiastic. Vanguard. A group of people leading the way in new developments or ideas. Vomit. Bring up food from the stomach through the mouth. Vulgar. Lacking sophistication or good taste. Waiver. An act of not insisting on a right or claim. Watershed. An area or ridge of land that separates waters flowing to different rivers, basins, or seas. Weave. Make fabric by interlacing long threads passing in one direction with others at a right angle to them. Wiring. A system of wires providing electric circuits for a device or building. Alleviate. Make pain or a problem less severe. Anarchy. A state of disorder due to the lack of any government or control. Ashore. To or on the shore or land. Aura. The distinctive atmosphere or quality associated with someone or something. Ballroom. A large room for formal dancing. Beginner. A person just starting to learn a skill or take part in an activity. Bilingual. Speaking two languages fluently. Bonded. Joined securely together. Canopy. A cloth covering hung or held up over a throne or bed. Cherish. Protect and care for someone or something lovingly. Chuckle. Laugh quietly or inwardly. Comb. An object with a row of narrow teeth, used for untangling or arranging the hair. Conceal. Prevent someone or something from being seen. Cruiser. A fast warship larger than a destroyer and less heavily armed than a battleship. Curl. Form or cause to form a curved or spiral shape. Dart. A small pointed missile thrown or fired as a weapon. Denim. A hard-wearing cotton twill fabric. Dependency. A country or province controlled by another. Dew. Tiny drops of moisture that form on cool surfaces at night when water vapor in the air condenses. Dickens. Informal use to express annoyance or surprise. Disable. Of a disease, injury, or accident, limit someone in their movements, senses, or activities. Disconnected. Lacking a logical sequence. Dishonest. Not honest, aroaen, or sincere. Dosage. The size of a dose of medicine or radiation. Doubtful. Feeling uncertain. Encyclopedia. A book or set of books giving information on many subjects or on many aspects of one subject, typically arranged alphabetically. Endowment. Money given to a college or other institution to provide it with an income. Erect. Rigidly upright or straight. Erection. The action of erecting a structure or object. Eruption. An act or instance of erupting. Fauna. The animals of a particular region, habitat, or period of time. Fidelity. Continuing faithfulness to a person, cause, or belief. Flirt. A short period of enjoyment or wild behavior. Flirt. Behave as if one finds another person sexually attractive but without intending to have a relationship with them. Fluent. Speaking or writing in an articulate and natural way. Flute. A high-pitched wind instrument consisting of a tube with holes along it. Footprint. The mark left by a foot or shoe on a surface or the ground. Fore. Situated or placed in front. Fore. Before, in advance. Forefront. The leading position or place. Freshwater. Relating to or found in fresh water, not of the sea. Harden. Make or become hard or harder. Hateful. Arousing or deserving hate, very unpleasant. Haunting. Beautiful or sad eye in a way that is hard to forget. Inherit. Receive money, property, or a title as an heir at the death of the previous holder. Jeopardy. Danger of loss, harm, or failure. LC. Informal outwit or defeat someone. Lockdown. The confining of prisoners to their cells. Mandarin. Mandarin, the official form of the Chinese language. Mast. A tall upright post or spar on a boat, generally carrying a sail or sails. Mediocre. Of only average quality, not very good. Nicotine. A toxic oily liquid found in tobacco. Nordic. Relating to Scandinavia, Finland, and Iceland. Outward. Of, on, or from the outside. Overrated. Rated more highly than is deserved. Piracy. The practice of attacking and robbing ships at sea. Platoon. A subdivision of a company of soldiers, usually commanded by a lieutenant and divided into 2 or more sections. Practice. British spelling of practice, verb. Rave. Talk in a wild or angry way. Recreate. Make or do something again. Residual. Remaining after the greater part or quantity has gone or been removed. Robe. A loose outer garment reaching to the ankles, often worn on formal or ceremonial occasions as an indication of the wearer's rank, office, or profession. Rye. A cereal plant resembling wheat that grows in poor soils. Sensational. Causing or intending to cause great public interest and excitement. Sexism. Prejudice or discrimination, typically against women, on the basis of a person's sex. Sneaky. Secretive in a sly or guilty way. Socket. A hollow in which something fits or revolves. Starve. Suffer or die from hunger. Stool. A seat without a back or arms. Tread. Walk in a specified way. Truce. An agreement between enemies to stop fighting for a certain time. Turmoil. A state of great disturbance, confusion, or uncertainty. Tyranny. Cruel and oppressive government or rule. Unfit. Unsuitable or inadequate for something. Uphold. Support something and ensure that it continues to exist. Waterloo. A decisive defeat or failure. Weir. A low dam built across a river to raise the level of water upstream or control its flow. Well-being. The state of being comfortable, healthy, or happy. Wonderland. A place full of wonderful things. Abolition. The official ending of a system, law, or practice. Aloud. Out loud, so as to be heard. Angular. Having angles or sharp corners. Anterior. Technical at or nearer the front. Appendix. A small tube of tissue attached to the lower end of the large intestine. Auditorium. The part of a theater or hall in which the audience sits. Benign. Kind and gentle. Bleach. Make something white or lighter by the use of chemicals or by exposing it to sunlight. Boast. Talk about oneself with excessive pride. Brandy. A strong alcoholic spirit distilled from wine or fermented fruit juice. Brink. The extreme edge of land before a steep slope or a body of water. Carving. An object or design carved from wood or stone as a work of art. Cheeky. Showing a lack of respect, often in an amusing way. Chemist. 1. A person engaged in chemical research. Coastline. A stretch of coast. Cobra. A highly poisonous snake that spreads the skin of its neck into a hood when disturbed, native to Africa and Asia. Collaborate. Work jointly on an activity or project. Comparatively. To a moderate degree as compared with something else, relatively. Cosmos. The universe seen as a well-ordered whole. Cuff. The end part of a sleeve, where the material is turned back or a separate band is sewn on. Cuff. Hit someone with an open hand, especially on the head. Curling. A game played on ice, in which large circular flat stones are slid across the surface toward a mark. Cyclone. A system of winds rotating inward to an area of low barometric pressure, a depression. Dedicate. Devote time or effort to a particular task, activity, or purpose. Deposition. The action of removing someone from office. Derive. Derive something from, obtain or get something from. Descend. Move down or downward. Discriminate. Recognize a difference. Diversion. An instance of diverting something. Doorway. An entrance with a door. Empower. Give authority or power to someone. Ethiopian. A person from Ethiopia. Excerpt. A short extract from a movie or piece of music or writing. Existent. Existing. Foe. Formal or literary, an enemy or opponent. Georgian. Relating to or characteristic of the reigns of the British kings George I to IV, 1714 to 1830. Georgian. A person from the country of Georgia. Getaway. An escape, especially after committing a crime. Inbox. The window on a computer screen in which received emails are displayed. Incidentally. By the way. Influenza. A highly contagious infection of the nose, throat, and lungs, spread by a virus and causing fever, severe aching, and catarrh. Interviewer. A person who conducts an interview. Introductory. Serving as an introduction, basic or preliminary. Jaguar. A large, heavily built cat that has a yellowish-brown coat with black spots, found mainly in Central and South America. Licking. Informal, a severe defeat or beating. Loft. A room or storage space directly under the roof of a house or other building. Mediation. The action of trying to settle a dispute. Modular. Made up of separate units. Nutrient. A substance that provides nourishment essential for life, growth, and health. Outlaw. A person who has broken the law, especially one who has escaped captivity or is in hiding. Oversee. supervise a person or their work. Pageant. A public entertainment consisting of a procession of people in elaborate costumes, or an outdoor performance of a historical scene. Parachute. A cloth canopy that allows a person or heavy object attached to it to descend slowly through the air when dropped from a high position. Parasite. An animal or plant that lives in or on another animal or plant from which it obtains food. Perennial. Lasting or doing something for a long time or forever. Persistence. The fact of continuing to do something in spite of difficulty or opposition. Postage. The sending of letters and parcels by mail. Preschool. Relating to the time before a child is old enough to go to school. Prohibit. Formally forbid someone from doing something by law or a rule. Pronunciation. The way in which a word is pronounced. Quotation. A passage or remark repeated by someone other than the person who originally said or wrote it. Relentless. Never stopping or becoming weaker. Repression. The action of series, or the state of being repressed. Roaring. Informal complete. Spectator. A person who watches at a show, game, or other event. Speculative. Based on theory or guesswork rather than knowledge. Stripe. A long narrow band of a different color or texture from its surroundings. Symmetry. The quality of being made up of exactly similar parts facing each other or around an axis. Syndicate. A group of people or organizations that combine to promote a common interest. Tibetan. A person from Tibet. Tighten. Make or become tight or tighter. Trustworthy. Able to be relied on as honest and truthful. Ultrasound. Sound or other vibrations having a frequency above the upper limit of human hearing, particularly as used in medical scans. Usher. A person who shows people to their seats in a theater or church. Vascular. Referring to the system of vessels for carrying blood or, in plants, sap, water, and nutrients. Wholesome. Good for health and physical well-being. Absorbing. Holding someone's interest completely, very interesting. Allegation. An unproven claim that someone has done something illegal or wrong. Ancestry. A person's ancestors or the people from which they are descended. Annex. Seize territory and add announcement it to one's own. Antibiotic. A medicine that destroys bacteria or slows their growth. Avid. Keenly interested or enthusiastic. Barge. A long flat-bottomed boat for carrying freight on canals and rivers. Bartender. A person serving drinks at a bar. Birch. A slender tree with thin peeling bark and hard fine-grained wood. Bland. Lacking strong qualities and therefore uninteresting. Bohemian. 14. Also bohemian, a person, especially an artist or writer, who does not follow accepted standards of behavior. Bong. A water pipe used for smoking marijuana or other drugs. Bribe. Dishonestly persuade someone to act in one's favor, especially by giving them money. Bridal. Relating to a bride or a newly married couple. Broccoli. A vegetable with heads of small green or purplish flower buds. Buckle. A flat frame with a hinged pin, used for fastening a belt or strap. Canoe. A narrow shallow boat with pointed ends, propelled by a paddle or paddles. Chilly. Unpleasantly cold. Cider. Also sweet cider, an unfermented drink made from crushed apples. Clueless. Informal, having no knowledge, understanding, or ability. Correspond. Match or agree almost exactly. Cradle. A baby's bed, especially one on rockers. Decency. Behavior that follows generally accepted standards of morality or respectability. Despise. Feel hatred or disgust for someone or something. Destroyer. A person or thing that destroys something. Diocese. In the Christian Church, a district for which a bishop is responsible. Doorstep. A step leading up to the outer door of a house. Equip, supply with the items needed for a purpose. Footing. One's footing, a secure grip with one's feet. Glamorous. Excitingly attractive and appealing. Handler. A person who handles a particular type of article. Hangover. A severe headache or other after effects caused by drinking too much alcohol. Havoc. Widespread destruction. Hind, a female deer. Hive. A beehive. Humid. Damp and warm. Imam. The person who leads prayers in a mosque. Inexperienced. Lacking experience. Jackpot. A large cash prize in a game or lottery. Jurassic. Geology relating to the second period of the Mesozoic era, about 208 to 146 million years ago, when large reptiles were dominant and the first birds appeared. Kangaroo. A large Australian marsupial with a long, powerful tail and strong hind legs that enable it to travel by leaping. Leader. British spelling of tighter. Locomotive. A powered rail vehicle used for pulling trains. Longing. A strong wish to do or have something. Mantra. Originally in Hinduism and Buddhism, a word or sound repeated to help concentration while meditating. Mesa. An isolated flat-topped hill with steep sides. Microscope. An instrument used in scientific study for magnifying very small objects. Milky. Containing milk. Mixer. A device for mixing things. Monumental. Very large or impressive. Moth. An insect resembling a butterfly but holding its wings flag when at rest and mainly active at night. Multiply. In different ways or respects. Nuisance. A cause of inconvenience or annoyance. Outing. A short trip taken for pleasure. Overdue. Not having arrived, 917 overflow happened, or been done at the expected or required time. Overload. 41 load something too heavily. Payable. That must be paid. Paycheck. A check for salary or wages made out to an employee. Peaked. Pale from illness or exhaustion. Picturesque. Attractive in a quaint or charming way. Pilgrimage. A pilgrim's journey to a holy place. Pivot. The central point, pin, or shaft on which a mechanism turns or balances. Pivotal. Of central importance, vital. Primer. A substance painted on a surface as a base coat. Provoke. Arouse a strong or unwelcome reaction or emotion in someone. Pulmonary. Relating to the lungs. Punishing. Arduous and demanding. Raspberry. 41 An edible reddish-pink soft fruit related to the rare. Adjective, rarer, rarest, of red meat, lightly cooked, so that the inside is still red. Reconcile. Restore friendly relations between people. Regression. Our turn to a former or less advanced state. Resilient. Able to recoil or spring back into shape after bending, stretching, or being compressed. Roaming. The use of or ability to use a cell phone outside of its network area. Router. A power tool with a rotating shaped cutter, used in carpentry for making grooves, decorative moldings, etc. Are you? Trademark for Mike Prestone. Sabbath. A day intended for religious worship and rest from work, kept by Jews from Friday evening to Saturday evening, and by most Christians on Sunday. Shovel. A tool resembling a spade with a broad blade and upturned sides, used for moving earth, snow, etc. Surname. An inherited name shared by members of a family, as distinct from a personal name. Synonymous. Of a word or phrase, having the same meaning as another word or phrase in the same language. Tedious. Too long or slow, dull. Tug. A small carpet. Tug. Pull something hard or suddenly. Wink. Close and open one eye quickly as a signal of affection or greeting or to convey a message.